Are we here? Bleh. Bleh. We need something creepy about a rainy Silent Hill theme. There we go. I don't know. OBS farted at me. Made some angry noise. And said disconnected. I don't know. Oh, I know what to do. Oh, man. I don't have the Guts theme button on my soundboard anymore. Anyway, all this stuff comes out of focus. And in this shot, you'll see James through Andross's head. Andross will be out of focus. But then when it cuts to this shot, they'll be out of focus and Andross will be here. Oh, I should probably have reverb on. Well, thank you for the $5. Though I don't really think it'll help in the end. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Guts. I once let an old man in my for 3 pieces of silver.
That's insane! I'm still gonna kill you. I'm sorry. So yeah, this is gonna be Andross. If I can. So it's gonna, cut between him talking and you focusing on James here, and then, it's not going to be showing at first. At first, it's just going to show this shot, and it's going to cut to this shot of him, saying something to James or whatever. And then the hologram comes up. And then it's just going to be him talking to James through the hologram. And as he's talking and finishing up his monologue of, basically telling James, you're going to join me or you're not going to ever join anyone again. And just basically saying, like, you're you're gonna disappear if you don't come and work for me and finish what we started. So it leaves us all like, finish what he started on Titania. Oh, what, you know. He's going to allude the fact that, you know, Andros and James were working together on something on Titania. Not like evil bad guy stuff. This was when Andros was working for the Cornerian government. They were doing stuff for the Cornerian government, but Andros, being the guy he was, you know, sees James and Vixie, who are, you know, a young married teenage couple. They're like 19 or 20, 21, somewhere around there, I think, at this point. Because Fox is like 1 or 2. This is like 10 or 12 years before this episode. This is like when Fox is a baby. James and Vixie, they're like 19 or 20. And they're the 2 smartest teenagers, or they got the awards for like the first and second smartest teenagers in the Lilat system. They had some school B or something like that. And they were at a science fair, science expo, and that's where they meet Dr. Andros. He's there doing some stuff, and he and Vixie hit it off, and then James comes over, and he's just blown away by meeting these 2, a married couple of like the 2 of the smartest and most scientifically and mathematically inclined, very young people that he's ever met. So, you know, things happen, conversations are had, and it's like, would you like to come and do work on a project with me? And they're like, yeah, sure. So, you know, General Pepper oversees it and sees what they're doing, and they're working on a lot of good things for the Cornerian military. That's probably where he meets Beltino. And this is all my canon for my characters, everything that's led up to this point. I'd say it's spoilers, but I don't know. Some of it might be in episode 3. Some of it might not. I have to explain a little bit of what James and Andros did together. But long story short, they do a lot of good for Cornerian technology and military tech and whatnot, and Andros starts doing portal stuff on the side, not telling him, because, you know, I guess Andros has a crisis of conscience because young General Pepper and Captain Shears and the rest of the war board are really bent on, you know, taking some territories from Venom. And he knows that if they caught wind of this almost fully successful portal experiment, that they would not use it for, like, you know, tensions are strong between planets at this point, and Andros knows that if anybody with any, you know, like Andros, James, and Vixie are genuinely trying to figure this stuff out and find good ways to use it without anyone from any government getting a hold of it. So originally, when this stuff is happening, all their intentions are completely pure. And they're not wanting to use this portal technology to, you know, send soldiers instantly to a certain area on the other planet, you know, war shit like that. They're wanting to use it to explore new worlds and find other planets. Being able to drop ships like right in front of a planet light years and you know, ages away, just instantly. And they both agree it's a good thing, or they all 3 agree. The team is James, Vixie, and Dr. Andros. And they put up a portal, and Andros gets some of his guys to go through. And a private science team of friends or somebody with him and James and Vixie. They find aperoids. The aperoids absorb and replicate a lot of the science team, like all of the science team except for James and Vixie. Something's happening with the portal thing. It can't be held open for much longer than a certain amount of time, and they can only do it once every 6 months or once a year or something. The planet has to be in an exact spot for for all the satellites and things, whatever. Sci-fi reason number 700. So they come through. Well, this is what aperoids do. The aperoids are from Star Fox Assault. They if they touch you, they can take over your body and absorb you and whatnot. So James and Vixie are running back as the portal thing's getting ready to fizzle up. And just, something happens. James gets through, and as he's pulling Vixie through, he falls back, and blood is squirting out of his arm where his left hand used to be, or where his right hand used to be. Left hand. Yeah, my bad. Left hand. I see everything in mirrors. It's weird. And he's screaming for Vixie and yelling for Dr. Andros, and passes out. Machine blows up, something catches on fire. Huge disaster, horrible disaster. And who's to blame? Who is really to blame? Sirens go off, everything gets alerted. Cornerian military comes out. General Pepper, goes and sees them in a room, and they're like, you guys are fucked. Y'all are fucked. An entire team of science experts unofficially going, like they have video footage of everything. Pepper's looking through the footage. And the machines are all broken, everything. And Pepper's pretty much like, well, I own the both of you. Or you can both go to prison for the rest of your life and be looked at as terrorists by the entire Lilat system, which is what this could easily be construed as. Or you come work for me and work this off. James, I don't care how young you are now a Lilat Marshal. It's like, I don't even know what to compare that to. CIA and Interpol put together. He has jurisdiction over everywhere. And he's basically under Pepper's thumb for the next 6 or 7 years. And at the same time, Andros works on his own for the Cornerian government. He's no longer allowed to go near any of that shit. General Pepper knows by small, low-quality, far-away, zoomed-in and enhanced video footage that there could possibly be two-legged humanoid things. All that he sees from the footage is they go through to another planet, and it's black and white. That's the fun part, because like all of the people are blue and their eyes are green, and they're like purple, shining purple skin and fur because they've been changed into aperoids. But on the footage that they have of them running after them, it's black and white, and it just looks like the science team is just angrily running after James and Vixie. Like it's totally unseeable, and no matter what, James and Andros tell General Pepper the absolute truth, or maybe they don't. They say that the team went mad and chased after us, because they say, I saw the footage. I see the science team chasing you, and he plays he plays the footage back for James. Maybe James doesn't know that it's in black and white. And he plays the footage back, and it just looks like angry science team people with blank faces. You know, just blank expressions running after them, like T-1000 style or something. And he's like, why did they act like that? And this is where James can say, well, they were turning into purple machine alien Borg versions of themselves. But you can't see that because it's black and white. James decides to keep his mouth shut. They went mad from exposure to something, some kind of flower. I told them to stay away from it. We ran. I lost her. You know, something, I don't know. And yeah, this is all stuff that I would love to do if I had a team and time. But anyway, he goes off to be a Lilat Marshal and does Walker Texas Ranger bounty hunter stuff for Pepper for 6 or 7 years, while Andros does his same shit for the Cornerian government. And, well, this is what he tells General Pepper. What he doesn't tell General Pepper is that this weird bug alien thing grabbed the arm of one of our science team people and he was changed. They mention nothing about aliens. And General Pepper just thinks that it's, you know, some tropic weird region of Macbeth or Fortuna or something. He looks at some of the plants and things that look like things he's never seen before. And is just like, it's whatever, some weird flower, some flora I've never seen before. This is a portal, this is a back door to Macbeth, to any planet, you know, like supposition. But whatever, he makes Andros work on portal stuff, and during those years, he's doing that shit and making better technology, possibly working with Beltino. And then on the level stuff with Beltino, just space dynamic stuff. And then he gets caught out for doing some weird brain experiments on the side, medical stuff, where some of it has quite a bit of potential, but it involves volunteers donating their brains. General Pepper can't deal with the smear. He covers it all up and exiles Andros for something else. It's unstated at this point. Like he's expatriated back to Venom, where he is originally from, and General Pepper, it's the most politically safe choice he could have made, and he's washed his hands completely of Andros. Andros is not allowed on Cornerian soil ever again. He's revoked his Cornerian citizenship, and that's it. That's the end of it. This is 2 years before episode 2. So then, at this point, James hears about it, and he's like, look, you just cast him away. What are you going to do? Cast me to Venom too? I'm not from Venom. I'm from Corneria. Or maybe Papatoon or wherever James is from. I don't know. I think Fox and James are from the same place that Farah is. It's where Fox's grandfather lived, was Papatoon. So I'm putting that as Fox's original place, or James's original place of birth. Fox's place of birth, technically, well, I don't know. There's a possibility that Fox could have been conceived or born on Titania. If Andros meets James and Vixie before they have conceived Fox, then there's a possibility Fox is Titania born, but Corneria raised. I don't know. These are little technical things that I think about sometimes, but I never really write down one or the other because it doesn't matter. But anyway, at the point where Andros gets, exiled to Venom or sent back to Venom because of his, brain experiments, at that point, James straight up just goes to Pepper and says that. He's like, "What, are you going to exile me too?" Well, like, he doesn't tell James why he exiled Andros at this point. He said, he's like, "Well, here's the pictures of what Andros was doing," and James be like, "Oh, Jesus. Well, I didn't do anything like that." But anyway, however it goes, James is mad. He doesn't know what Andros was doing. And he basically says, I quit. I'm not being a Lilac Marshal anymore. I'm through being under, like, he does some really, really dangerous thing in Venom or somewhere that pisses off a group of separatists and almost dies. And he comes back to the news of him exiling Andros to Venom, and he's like, "I almost died. I got half of my ear shot off. I'm done. I'm done. I'm turning in my Lilac Marshal badge. I'm no longer a Lilac Marshal." And he goes and for the first time in his life gets drunk as hell, and probably the last time in his life, because James is not a drinker. And he goes to a bar and sits and thinks about stuff, and he meets this fella a couple years older than him, and it's Peppy. And he talks to Peppy for a while, and they become good friends. And they both work close to each other, or did. Like, they find out that they worked, like, right next to each other in Cornerian stuff. And they basically get together and find what they have in common, and they decide to start a resources group. And Peppy says something like, they're trying to figure out what to call it, and Peppy's just like, "Well, you're the Star Fox of the show. Why don't you decide what to call it?" And James is like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it's that way." And anyways, they start what's called the Star Fox Resources Group. And it's soft core bounty hunting. Recovery agents. They're a resources group, not hired guns. They're recovery agents, I guess. Bail bondsman, bounty hunter type stuff. And that goes well for about a year. They've been a resources group for about a year. They have honorable members of the group, like Wolf's dad. Still don't know how he meets Wolf's dad, but maybe they were in the military together or something. So they become friends, and things go well for a year or so. They occasionally call on other people to do security. If they have friends on other planets, like Macbeth, and it's like, "I'm unfamiliar with Macbeth and we have a mission out there and I need a local to be our chaperone." And that's where Pigma comes in. Pigma goes on one mission with them. So yes, he's technically a member of the Star Fox Resources Group at this point. And I'm not making this up as I go. This is all stuff that I have written in like long text files and shit. Some of it I'm filling in arbitrarily, but I try to keep things basic so there's not a huge possibility of holes. So over the next year or two, they go to different planets and make their own money. Because he signed no contract with Pepper. It was very, very bold of him to tell Pepper, like, fuck you, I'm not being a Lilac Marshal for you anymore. And Pepper could have been like, nope, you're doing what I say, or I'm gonna make you look like a terrorist. But Pepper doesn't do that. Pepper's just like, oh, we'll let him cool down for a year or two and call on him when I really need him, kind of a mindset. So this is a year or two after Andros has been exiled, and James gives Pepper the fuck you, and Star Fox Resources Group has been going good for a year or so. And you know, they go on missions to everything. They even go on a mission to Macbeth and meet up with Pigma Dengar. They do one mission with Pigma. That goes all right, but for whatever reason, Peppy and Pigma do not hit it off very well. Peppy just, something about Pigma that Peppy just doesn't like, that feels dishonest or whatever. And that's why, you know, who's meeting us here? He's like, Pigma Dengar, you remember him? And he's like, oh yeah, can't say I'm a fan, but you know, if he's looking out for us, I'll shut up, you know, or whatever. And anyway, that's their history. They had one mission together, and then after a couple months, Pepper asks Peppy to drive over to wherever James is. You know, they work together. They're still working together at this point. And he tells them that they both need to drive up to Cornerius City Tower and see him immediately. And that's where episode 2 starts. Peppy, James, it's been a long time. Blah, 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 blah. So there we go. That's everything from James and Vixie being teenagers and giving birth to Fox, and Fox growing up and going to school or whatever. Like during most of this, Fox is like 6, 7, 8 years old. And now Fox is like, in this, like, Fox is like 12 or 13 in episode 2. I don't know. Like, I've got wiggle room for the years because I haven't put everything down yet. But anyway, yeah, that's everything from James and Vixie having Fox and James losing Vixie. All he knows is that Vixie was on the other side of that portal when it turned off with his severed hand and a bunch of crazy, apparoided, scientist people chasing after them and multiplying. So that leaves me with 2 options for Fox's mom. For something that may never even happen. Like I said, this would be like episode 5 or 6 if I continued this story. Fox's mom is immediately grabbed by the apparoids, and because they have James's hand, it's enough to replicate a James, I guess. I don't know. He gets fifth elemented. Or not. Maybe they see his hand and just leave it, and they take her, and then there's a final battle with the apparoid queen, and she's down to her smallest form with the smallest amount of energy left, and out comes Fox's mom as an apparoid, and the classic, they turned my friend, relative, whoever into one of them, and that's the final boss. They're psyoping me, and now I have to kill my own friend, relative, whoever, to save the world. It's a super overdone trope. Another one, which I call the Vixie's blind fury trope. Vixie manages to run away and get away from the apparoids, but she encounters like very, very hostile wildlife on this planet. The Aperoids lose her. They search, but she's running into these woods, and it's horrible. Things bite her. She gets grabbed by bug monster things, and she fights them off, and she's running through, and then something spits in her face, and it blinds her. And she's fumbling around. It's the most horrible way to die. Like blind, thrashing around, grabbing for anything that's sharp, just trying to stay alive for a few more seconds while all of these bug monster insects and snake worm things are closing in. So, you know, poison dragonfly, whatever things, and then all of a sudden she gets grabbed and pulled into a cave by this thing with 4 arms. And a bunch more of them run in, and you just see darkness, and it cuts there. And then later, way down the line, they find the planet or something. You know, back when James reunites with his son, and they find the planet. Maybe they work with Andros, and Andros is like, I want you to work on this with me. One of the biggest twists in my canon is that you find, you know, Andros does want to take power. He wants to rule his planet, but he has no interest in invading Corneria. There's a couple of factories and things that he wants to keep on Macbeth and, you know, other things in it. And it's never a perfect alliance. But he's not like a horrible bad, like, oh, I take over the galaxy, kill everyone. Like, that's not my Andros. So it's a possibility that James and Fox do end up, this is like way late game in the story, like episode 5, episode 6 or whatever, if I went on with it. And this would be the other possibility, is that they find that Vixie was not killed. Is kind of like a blind Fury Rutger Hauer situation. She gets blinded, and it's a total nod to Blind Fury, but like they find her, and she's like this respected member of this tribal bug people, which you find out by looking at them, that like the first bug that they encountered that was an Aperoid bug person, it was an Aperoided version of these bug people. And they took her in and fixed her up. And maybe she's not, maybe she's like 90% blind and can still see a tiny bit or something. But she's almost totally blind. Her face has acid burns on a lot of her face. A lot of her face doesn't grow fur anymore on one side, and she, you know, and that would be the thing. Like he meets his mom, and it's like she's like, "Oh, my baby," or has she changed so much that she's like, "Yeah, my child from my other life, but I have ascended, and it is good to see you, but I hardly remember you. I'm sorry." Or so, you know, something bitter like that. And then maybe later they fight together and she has a reconsideration like in a Disney movie. And I do love you. I'm sorry. I care more. I care more now. You know? I have all these little branching possibilities that I could run with. Or we can just have her die and become the Aperoid that Fox has to fight in the end, like every single other movie. You hold out hope, and it's like, oh no, they changed her. Of course they changed her, and now he has to fight his mom. I have to fight my girlfriend. She's a monster. She's one of them now. They made my mom a vampire. Now I have to kill my mom because she's the final boss. Like, yeah, like it's perfectly doable, but I like the Blind Fury route. I like that idea. Maybe when they first teleport through in the exact spot, James steps through and steps on the skeletalized remains of his own left hand. Because the portal's in the exact spot. Or it would be better writing if he didn't, and that Vixie kept running and was so hysterical she didn't let go of his hand for half a mile through the jungle. And that hand is gone. That was such a terrifying experience. She'd probably barely even speak English anymore. Or Liladian, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, I don't mean to ramble on for too long. But I never really get to share all the story and stuff with people that are never going to see any of this in a cartoon. It's fun to be able to share stuff like that. But anyway, back to this scene. Now that you're caught up on everything, like even the end game, it's gonna be something like that. But that is that entire thing of story is all canon. Like for my Fox in Space, if I die tomorrow and none of this gets finished, at least you guys have a little tidbit of what the story was going to be. But anyhow, the ominous conversation, well, it's not really a conversation, it's a monologue. James doesn't get to say anything. I think it would be funny if Andros asks him a rhetorical question, like, what do you think would happen? And James is just like, I don't know. And Pigma's like, he can't hear you, shut up. and Andros just keeps talking, and you realize that it's just like a recording or like a one-way transmission. James doesn't know it until Pigma snickers and just like, shut up, he can't hear you. Or maybe, I think there's going to be a moment of shame for Pigma in this scene. James just, I want there to be a shot where Pigma's looking at James through the hologram while Andros is talking. And or maybe it's before the thing shows up and it's just a quiet car ride, not one word is said for a couple seconds, and it shows a shot of Pigma kind of smirking, looking at James, and James looking down at the floor, and then a shot of James's face up close, and his eyes move up to look at Pigma. And it cuts to Pigma, and like he looks down and to the side, just in kind of a way where he's obviously like slightly ashamed of himself for being such a double crosser, to put up such a show and then betray someone. Same thing with Wolf, if you didn't know this. When Wolf, the whole reason that Wolf is buttering up to Farah and keeping his whole regular life going is because his dad's going to die if he doesn't pay this money to the Kowalski family, the Kowalski crime family. Everyone knows the Kowalski crime family. And the head honcho has basically said to him, and then all of a sudden, oh shit, He's let go of my dad, you motherfucker. What are you doing to my dad? Your father owes us much money. Blah, blah, blah. You know, it goes on, basically says, you know, Cale O'Donnell owes the Pawlowski family this huge amount of money. And this is a guy that Wolf has tried to go and do stuff for. Wolf wants to do mob stuff on the side so bad. He's fascinated with it, even while he's in school. And he's still at this point in the CFA, in the flight academy, I guess, but he's not allowed to fly. He's no longer a pilot. He does paperwork and in-person relations with people. So he wants out of that. He goes and meets with the head of the family, and I don't know his name, the first name. I don't know, Sergey or something. He offers Wolf an option out for his father. His father knows nothing about this. All he thinks that Wolf knows is that he owes a mob guy some money and that he's going to pay it off and that it's fine. And he will. He this is why he's divorced. This is why he's alone, and the children are not living with him. And now Wolf is like, I want to come live with you, Dad. And this is like how maybe they bust into Cale's house, and it's like, yeah, you owe us money. And it's like, Dad, who are those men? Who are those men, Dad? Or whatever. He would be like that. He'd just kind of keep his cool, 18-year-old bad boy persona. And then he asks his dad who that guy was. He's like, those are the Pawlowskis. I owe them money. And a little down the line, this is, you know, about a couple weeks before episode 2, Wolf goes and meets with the head of the family, Sergei Pawlowski, I guess, and says, hey, is there anything I can do? And he's like, not unless you can steal some experimental aircraft. And he's like, oh, well, hey, my girlfriend's in the military and she can get access there. And he's like, yeah, so, well, here's the place, here's the time, or you know, here's the place where you take it. If you get one, you call me on comms and tell me where you are and where you're heading. If you can grab us one of those, we can cloak it, unscramble the security software, and disable it from inside. My son is very good at doing things like this, so you get me one of those ships and your father's debt is paid. So Wolf schmoozes up to Farah, tells her he has a surprise. She knows that he's just, you know, wanting to fly a ship. Kind of has the idea. But, you know, he's gone and flown ships with Bill before. Like, they went up to the hangar at one point where, you know, everybody, it was during the day, it was during hours. He, you know, and he realized that, hey, you know, she can get us access in here. And not only that, but when I show up, I'm friendly with Bill, and he lets me take his greenie up in the air and do loop-de-loops and whatnot. And so yep. Even the audience, other than you guys, the audience is going to have no idea what Wolf means when he looks down at his feet and he says, you are total garbage, my friend, or something like that. And then walks in, gets in the ship, blasts off with it, and he's gonna like do some tricks and stuff in the air, and then it's gonna cut to an inside of the shot after he blasts off, and he's got this cheery grin, and then it just slowly melts to this look of disgust in himself, or just like sadness that he's just completely fucked up his life. His entire life, his friends, he betrayed his girlfriend. He left his girlfriend there after getting illegal access with her card to steal a ship and run off with it. Bill is going to get in trouble. Farrah's going to get in trouble. Maybe not so much trouble because her dad's about to win the election. They cover this up completely because Pepper wants Phoenix to win. Pepper wants Perry Phoenix to become Cornerian Premier because they are buddies. They're both very, very similar interests. So that's the fact that there's an election going on is the only reason that Farrah doesn't really get too much in trouble. Bill gets demoted, something like that. Farrah does what she can to help Bill out. So now, in episode 3, when Bill and Farrah show up on Sargasso, everybody's going to be on Sargasso. When they show up, they're each going to have something to do or say regarding Wolf. And he's going to be like, yeah, I deserved that. Yeah, probably the first time that Farrah sees Wolf, she slaps the hell out of him, and he's just gonna be like, "Hey, Farrah, I haven't seen... Yeah, I deserve that," and you know, and then she gives him a huge hug, and he looks at Bill, and Bill is just gonna be like, "Oh, don't worry, bud, I'm not gonna slap you. Come here." And they do their bro high five hug thing. Bill's pretty chill. He doesn't hold grudges. Farrah, all he did was show up and steal the ship from Bill. That was the only manipulation. Farrah, he played that game all the way from that first little access that she granted him to that hangar the first time. Not the same hangar, but like there's a couple hangars inside that place. And actually, I think, yeah, I'll just have it cut to a shot of it overhead of it and do like, you know, like Cornerian Katine hangar, Corneria City outskirts or something. So anyway, all that stuff happens. Wolf somewhat shamefully flies away and you know, blasts off somewhere and gets on the comms and calls Sergei Kowalski and says, "Hey, I've got your ship." And he tells him what kind of ship it is, and he's like, "That's not the ship I wanted." He's like, "It's the only one I could get. It's got the same tech that you need." And he's like, "Well," he's like, "Come on, I just ruined my life for this." And, you know, and he explains, he's like, "I can't go back home. I'm an outlaw now. There's your fucking ship and your fucking debt paid." And then, well, Sergei Kowalski says, you are very resourceful and you stick to your guns, and I like that. Blah, 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 blah. Mob boss, dad speech, whatever. And he's like, "Would you like to work for me? You can work with my son." He's like, "Your son? I didn't know you had a son." He's like, he keeps to himself. He is very quiet." And out walks Sergei's son, and we all know who that is by now. So, at this point, unofficially, Star Wolf has finally formed, with Wolf O'Donnell not really leading it yet, but eventually. For now, he is working for the son of Sergei Kowalski, good old Leon. And this is how Wolf and Leon meet. hours after Wolf has basically made himself an outlaw. And the whole thing that sucks about this is if he had reached out and told Farah, my dad is Leon is the chameleon guy. The sad thing is, like the way that I see it, if he had reached out to Farah, maybe cried a little, got down on a knee and said, my dad's gonna fucking die. They're gonna kill my dad. I need 600,000 credits or they're gonna kill him. And he's broke, he's divorced, he's got nothing left. I'm afraid he's gonna kill him. So, just like total full whammy on Farah. She could have probably pulled some strings. And the funniest thing of it all, after doing this ship thievery, Wolf basically says, well, I'm an outlaw. Yes, I will work with your son, Mr. Kowalski. Because if I get caught right now getting gas in a car, I go to prison for military theft. But the funny thing is, the entire thing gets wiped over because of Mr. Phoenix's election for Cornerian Premier. Farah doesn't get in trouble. Bill gets slightly demoted, and the ship gets chalked up as parts or just unaccounted for no reason. There's no charge put against Wolf O'Donnell for anything. If he gave them the ship and then just suicidally walked back home, nothing would have happened to him. I mean, Bill and Farah would probably never talk to him again. But he would not have gone to jail. He would not, like, this is all going to get mentioned in episode 3. Well, she's like, and you just went off and became an outlaw. They put up wanted posters for everything. He's like, I had no choice. I was a thief. I was going to go to prison for stealing military ships anyway. She's like, my dad covered all that up. Did you even check? Did you even look to come back? He was just like, I was scared. I didn't want to see my face on a mugshot. And then it was too late. Now you see him everywhere. If you had come back and said what you did, I probably would have been mad, but there were no charges. Your name was never mentioned.
It'll drive you into some nasty habits.
You probably don't ever want to meet my dad, though. He knows everything, and he would probably have you have the hell knocked out of you. Have a good one, Rory. Thanks for coming by. And thanks for the bits. Rory, you should definitely listen back to this. This is like the entire lore of a fox in space I'm going through. But yeah, after that, Kale he's in a motorcycle club. I haven't even looked into why Kale owes the money. Gambling or promising to do a thing. An accident. Maybe he did something for the Kowalskis and it turned up bad. And his dad owes the money. So he does that. But that's the thing. Like, I want to have that, when Wolf explains to them why he did what he did, and then she tells him, like, if you had just come back and told me the truth, even if you hid and did nothing wrong for a year and came back, you would have been fine. No charges. The only charges that started getting put on you was that first fucking bank robbery you did with Leon Kowalski. That is when you became an outlaw. And then all of the other robberies and things after that. So yeah, Wolf even, that's kind of the tragedy of it, is Wolf even doing that and saving his dad. Either way, the money comes out of Farah's dad's pocket. Anyhow, yeah, like I have this whole like The Wire level like idea set out in my head for like all of this stuff, but I'll never get that far. Not with a Nintendo property either. Gonna have Wolf's mom show up or call at some point. And Falco's mom. Yeah, there's not as many moms as dads. I've put an overwhelmingly large number of girls in my Fox in Space cartoon in comparison to the games. Star Fox 64 had 1. Original Star Fox had 0. Like, I'm trying my best to put every girl character in, and then also making moms and dads and brothers and sisters. Like, Falco has a sister. Wolf has a little brother. Falco's mom and dad show up. If you have, I'm going to go ahead before I got to go eat something and drink some water. I'm going to put on my 4K test 2 thingy. This is the scene where James and Peppy go to Venom. This is everything I've got for the Venom act so far. Like the final act of the cartoon is Venom, I guess. But I'll be right back. I'm going to grab something to eat.
Baymaster hailing UA-101, standby. Baymaster reading UA-101, CAF, Captain McLeod, give copy.
McLeod UA-101, fit copy.
UA-101, standby for scan. All clear. Proceed as designated to Bay 3. Give copy.
Fit copy, Baymaster. Landing at Bay 3.
Very good, Captain. Welcome to Venom.
And how long are you staying in Venoma City?
Not long. 5 or 6 hours.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to stand over there, and I'll be right with you.
All right, you can push your arms down, sir.
I'm just gonna ask you once, so I want an honest answer. What are these marbles for?
Micro-juggling. It's just a little exercise that helps keep my dexterity in check.
Micro-juggling.
I can show you if you like.
With all due respect, Captain, I'll just hold on to these until you return to your ship.
Let the man have his marbles, Riendo. The marbles. What's he gonna do?
I'm perfectly capable of doing my job,
A
Kajekas.
CAF captain. Gonna marble someone to death.
You know, you always start this shit right at the beginning of my... You're still hung up on that flower pot.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
You didn't have to, buddy. It's written all over your face. Does it matter what I use it for, really?
It's a flower pot. The least you could do is grow some flowers.
I'm not a florist, Kajekas. I'm a smoker, okay? I smoke.
That's no way to treat a gift from my mother.
Hey, any chance we can get this line moving?
Sir, please stay in line. We'll be right with you. We appreciate your patience.
Did he get your marbles?
Yeah,
Who's meeting us here anyways? Taking his damn time.
Pigment Dangar. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. Can't say I'm a fan, but as long as he's got our backs, I'll keep it to myself.
That's fair.
I didn't mean any offense.
Hey, it's alright. Everybody knows I'm an asshole. I was born this way.
How long have you been on Venom?
Just got here. Like you guys. So you hear this saying Venom's not gonna have the election this time around?
Well, what are all the selection posters for?
They just started saying it last night. I think they called it an internal selection.
The premier's gonna be appointed by the cabinet.
I can only wonder who they'll settle on.
Good old Dr. Andros.
Well, he's real popular.
He's a friggin' lunatic. Wait for me.
The progress only I am bringing. The jobs only I am offering. The sick children's lives only I am saving. I'm the only one that's ever going to make all of these changes a reality. And I give you my word, they'll be made within one term.
The only one? And what qualifies only you to make all this happen in one term?
It's simple, really. Only I have the brains to rule Lilat.
Can we get the audience? Can I have everyone in the audience quiet down, please?
He should have been back by now. We're almost back where we got on.
All right, I'll go it alone from here.
I think we should... you're already turning a lot of heads.
I'll be fine. Stay right here until our stop. Even if I don't find them, I'll meet you on the landing.
You watch yourself.
Previously on AFox in Space.
Pepe, James, it's been a long time.
Glad to see you're doing well, sir.
As you know, Dr. Andros was
Wait, this is the
expatriated
wrong
2
one.
years ago. He'll live out the rest of his days on Venom, far away from here.
You sure that was the best plan?
Frankly, it's the best and most politically safe choice I could have made. But now things are getting out of hand, and we need your help.
There's a limit to what I can do, sir. I'm not a marshal anymore.
Do you really think that matters?
With all due respect, I have no jurisdiction.
Don't forget what happened on Titania, James. You owe me one, and I'm calling it in.
All right, then.
First, you're going to need some better ships. Head over to the space...
Hey, it's Sonny.
Make it quick.
Yeah, so,
Something happened.
How did it then?
You said no security. You never said anything about a one-armed ninja with a slingshot. Sagan almost got his head cracked open.
James McCloud.
Yeah, no shit.
Captain Shears is Well, he's doing some stuff on the side, possibly trying to either get in good with Venom or help take Venom over on the side with separatists. He has a little link with some Venomian separatists that the same ones that don't like James McCloud. They wear these little armbands on their coats. The guys you saw in the train that are coming after James, they're separatists. And yeah, people stay the fuck away from them. And Captain Shears has an unofficial tie on a Venomian comlink. Every Cornerian dude has to have a Venomian comlink in their political or their office if they're a political person. It's this weird little red computer, a V-Link or whatever. Anyway, let me start this one over. He is trying to get information or like get access to the R-Wing for whatever reason. And he's doing something for the separatists off the books. General Pepper doesn't know about it, obviously. Like, Cheers is not a good guy. He's a lot worse than Pepper is, at least. And I don't know, like, I'm still like I've got like a couple branches that I need to pick one. But Captain Shears has some ties with the separatists, and he knows that they don't like James McCloud. And he got these guys to, kidnap Beltino and get some information out of him for some people regarding some technology in the R-Wing. And he's like, well, I have one other thing if this goes wrong. I know the separatists don't like James McCloud, and I know he's heading there soon. Like, Cale hears that General Pepper is going to call on James to go and do stuff in Venom. So he's like, well, hey, NASA, how you doing, man? How you been? And James, while he's on his way there, they are, they kidnap Beltino, and they want to know about certain technology. And Captain Shears is trying to get this information for whoever, for whatever reason. And if he can't, and James is leaving and it's too late, like, if these bumbleheads fail me, then I'm just going to give the exact location and train ticket data of James McCloud to the Venomian separatists in return that they agree to take his R-Wing key and have his R-Wing impounded, and Shears will pick it up. Separatists don't give a fuck about the R-Wing. They want James McCloud. And so that's where he says he's got another card in play. He's got this guy up on the screen in case they didn't get the info, because he knows at this point that James is there. So the kidnapping and data thievery happened, or it didn't. So this is him receiving the call from the two guys that James scared off with his slingshot.
Hey, it's Sonny.
Make it quick.
Yeah, so,
Something happened.
Oh, did it then?
You said no security. You never said anything about a one-armed ninja with a slingshot. Sagan almost got his head cracked open.
James McCloud.
Yeah, no shit.
the Star Fox guy.
Was he alone?
Hey! That's the Buckaroo that stole my scooter.
Hey, you watch your mouth.
That's quite an accusation. I mean, have you got any proof?
No, but I know he's
Can't do nothing about it if there ain't no proof.
But that's the friggin' guy, though!
Valco, honey, you don't want your father getting in trouble again.
But Ma, I swear to God!
Wow!
Sorry!
You better watch it.
I said I was sorry. Are you really just gonna let him...
Shut up and eat your fucking fazoo!
Yes, sir.
Language, Carlo.
So they're already leaving then. That's all right. I have another card in play.
Hey,
So, we still getting paid?
For what, exactly?
You smug sacker. I swear to... Ah!
So, are we still getting paid?
Are we still getting paid?
Ow!
It's nice to have that one completely finished. Well, anyway, 2.5 hours in. Sorry, I've really run my mouth today. Let's see what I can get done. I never did finish talking about this. My wireless tablet auto shut off. Been sitting here talking so long. So anyway, the ominous back of the car conversation, the very last scene in the cartoon, and then the camera comes out of the car, it's on the road, and then it kind of, well, I don't know how to, the camera goes up off of the car, and you know, it pans out to where the car is driving down this road or whatever, and it's going to be the big, basically, Andros is talking about his new research facility where he has 1,000-fold the freedom that he had working for Pepper, and on top of that, people are starting to basically worship him, and that James is going to come help him or he won't, and it's going to be the big, I forget what it looks like, but it's the big thing at the end of Star Fox on Super Nintendo that Fox flies into the middle of when it opens up, like, you know, and he flies inside of it. It's going to be the big Venom Mountain thing. I forget what it looks like. And it's going to fade out, and it's going to show that. And that's the picture that it's going to fade to, like a painted photo or whatever, and then the credits are going to roll up the screen here. And that's the end of episode 2. So, a lot of stuff. Whole lot of stuff. Oh yeah, grease pencils are great. You can just grab pieces of it. If you want the rate at which it pulls it to be different, like on a different curve, you just pick a different curve. You want it to be constant, or it just, whatever you select in here, it's just constant, no curve at all. Or if you want it to be smoothed. Yeah, here, just, I'm gonna grab one point. Just turn the points off where you don't see them. So you can grab and adjust it. Change the curve to sharp. Change it to sphere. See? That's just one point selected. So let's see, I do rotate 90. Is that a perfect yin-yang? That's pretty neat. And go bleh. And then and watch, tab this one, make perfect circle, and grab this, scale X0, make it a perfect line, grab the center one, rotate 90. Maybe even rotate 180. That is almost a perfect little Almost. There's just so much neat stuff you can do. If you draw this, look, turn it into a circle, any degree. And if you do this and grab a piece and your line gets like scrunched together like that, just move it a little at a time and then resample it. So you can, it's like Dynamesh. If you have a, let's say you grab a point here and do this, and here, this is your line segment. You can't sculpt the middle of it, see? If I go in here and sculpt it, there's no vertices in the middle. So you can go in there and add more depth to the line, see? See, it's only got 4 vertices, now it's got like 400, and now I can go in and make changes where I need to. Once you learn how the lines work, drawing becomes a lot easier. You do have to kind of relearn how to draw, even coming from Adobe Animate. Like the lines here, you cut them off. It matters that they intersect right here. This line's this thick, and it's like, oh, there, that the fill gap is closed. No, this is a gap. You have to get the line crossing over, and it's like, oh, what about this thing sticking off? You flatten the end of it with a keyboard shortcut or whatever. Caps. But anyway, you learn. One good thing is, you know, what I'm doing, tracing over Flash stuff. It's very different. Some people won't like it, but if you can convert, there's nothing you can't do. Anyhow, let me see if I can get Farah in here. 2.5 hours into my stream. All right, so this is Farah. That's the first frame where she shows up. think that's all right. Yeah, I'm sorry. Once I get the stuff positioned right. Hell yes. It's gonna be a little complicated. Doing two objects. One that starts with her behind him, and then she's gonna move in front of him here. This is tricky to do in Flash, but I mean, it's not gonna be that bad here. What I'm gonna do is just keep her in front, and the parts where she is behind here, I'm just actually just gonna draw this line as the top of her ear, because these line up perfectly with Wolf's frames. Like he's not gonna be out of sync with this. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about here. Because this is all right, because that's the PNG in the background. I'm not using that anymore. I'm using this one. I'm using this one for Wolf, but this one for Farah. So it's kind of weird. So what I should do here... Get the hard stuff out of the way first. Okay, she's behind, and now here she's in front. I'm gonna get these lines out of the way first. Adding a little more detail, it won't hurt. Let's see where... See, I have to turn this on and off constantly. So... This is the new trace. The one you're seeing back there is the old PNG one. So her ear is still behind there. So, yeah, this is tricky. I'm gonna have to flip back and forth. So this is how far her ear goes. I need to change my curve back. And how does that interact with him? Okay. So then I just do this here. Oh. That's where it gets a little tricky. Those sharp cuts. One thing I could do here, if you don't like that, you can just literally draw the shape of the eyebrow. That's what I could be doing, but see. It's the difference between a stroke, which is, just this line that I'm using here, or an actual thing, which you can change the thickness on that as well if you want to, but it just takes more time doing it that way. I like it. It gives it a more scratchy kind of look to the edges. Sorry, I'm just talking to Greg. 1 second. Another cool thing about auto merge, you got a situation like this where you cut the lines. See, they're two separate lines there. I mean, one thing, you can click on both of them and go to join. And that'll join them as both. But me, I have auto merge up here. I have it set to where if I hold A, it turns on. If I let go of it, it turns off. So if I want to draw lines that stay apart, I don't touch it. But if I draw them while holding A, see, they connect. And I just let go of A. Don't know why I just drew something phallic. It's just a reflex, man. It was a finger pointing from a fist with no other fingers. But anyway, like, the easy thing to do here is hold auto merge and just tap. Still looks like a wiener. Banned. Zavil, they probably got an eye on me anyway because I'm speaking in Russian half the time. I had my first Russian lesson. It was awesome. I'm going to have another one really soon. Teacher is very, very nice. She's very kind. It's getting very hard to send payments to Russia. Like I said, if I'm going to be able to pay Slava, then, well, he's going to have to move, or I'm going to have to find something over there. Because the only payment places that are staying around, what they're doing is that no one Russian can make a new account. But the Russian people who already have an account are grandfathered in safely. My Russian teacher, she has an account with this one place that follows that. And that's the only way that I can send money into Russia right now. If anyone's wondering, yes, obviously I'm against Call of Duty. World War, whatever you want to call it. Because, yeah, you want Call of Duty, this is how we get Call of Duty. I don't like it. I'm very, very happy that Arnie made a video speaking to Russian people. Say what you want about his politics or whatever, but that was actually a pretty cool video. I've just been wanting somebody to say something like, hey, Russian people don't want this. I mean, yeah, yes, there's going to be a little chunk that are all going to go, oh, Putin, great leader, saving world from West, or whatever. And that's all right. They're entitled to their opinion, but every Russian person that is a friend of mine that I've talked to and worked with for the past couple weeks, they've all said the same thing. This is stupid. This is ruining my life. I know so many people that are having to move to another country so they can keep doing Patreon and PayPal stuff. And now, well, this is hearsay, but there's quite a few chat programs that everyone's using that a lot of people on social media are pressing to also cancel Russia from. I think this is a very, very bad thing. It's like, we don't want Russian propaganda, and we don't want Russians to see certain things or do certain things, so let's just like remove them from the internet. We're making a North Korea at this point. Something has to come to a head. There has to be an overthrow or change of government, or Zelensky has to come out and say, "Hey, if we'll not go NATO if you stop attacking us." Which that won't solve anything, but it might get the sanctions to go away for a year. I don't know. I don't want that. I want Ukraine to do what they want to do, and I want someone to replace that guy. Didn't he say that like gay people don't exist? Or I won't get too much into politics, but yeah, I don't know. I was kind of on the fence about Putin there for a while. Like, he's Russian, guys, whatever. But like, no, he is quadrupling down. And yeah, that's 3 restaurants. Well, some combination of restaurants and grocery stores that have had their windows bashed in, all of them owned by Ukrainian people. Or one of them was half Ukrainian and half Russian. It's like, you know, it's like being mad at the Middle East and yelling at someone from India. That happened a lot. I had a couple Indian friends in Florida when 9/11 happened. They're like, "You know, I'm not from the Middle East." Of course you don't. Yeah, some people are so dumb. Not that it would be okay to yell angry stuff at I'm just pointing at the extreme ignorance is all. Not condoning any yelling at people, but yeah, whenever something like this happens, whenever we go to war with someone, the same thing happened to the Japanese in the US and Canada during World War II. During the Iraq War, 9/11, excuse me, and now we're back to the 80s again, just like that South Park episode. It's like, oh hell yeah, pull out the 80s music and get out your old TRS 80s and old VHS copies of War Games and Red Dawn. But yeah, there's a lot of misplaced hate. Я ненавижу русских диктаторов, а не русских народ. Точно. That's Russian for I hate Russian dictators, not Russian people. Something along those lines. I hope that's what I said. Oh yeah, that IDOS title, Freedom Fighters, that was a fun game. I believe some versions of it were co-op. I don't think the PC version was. Yeah, I usually don't get involved in social issues and whatnot, but I will say, like, yeah, from experience of having friends who are Russian, don't get mad at Russian people. There's plenty of did y'all hear about that lady that went on the news, like that news station before they shut down or whatever, and she held up that sign, said no war, you're being lied to, don't believe propaganda, stop the war, and then she disappeared for most of the day. Yeah, if they're smart, you don't disappear somebody like that. You wait a year and a couple media cycles, and then you disappear them. Now, she got fined like $200 or $300, and that was for the the regular thing. For doing what she did on the news, she's probably going to go to jail for that. Unless everybody starts to. Well, I mean, he's already talked about, he's mentioned things called cleansing and purging, and literally talking about his own people, not the West. He's talking about purging out his own people. That's not cool. So he doesn't like Russian people either. I think people are starting to, well, people have already known it, but people are starting to get really mad about it. And I think that's what Twitter wants. It's like, let's remove everything. Let's take away their Twitch. Let's take away Steam. Let's take away their YouTube money and their Patreons. And now they're wanting to tell people to get rid of their Discord. Like, if Discord cuts off Russia, I will stop using Discord tomorrow. God is my witness. That's like the last thing I have other than Gilded, maybe. Yeah, I'll switch to Gilded, and if Gilded cuts them off too, then I just won't use either one anymore, because that's not fair. I know Discord won't give a shit, but that's like the last way that I use to communicate with people, and that's the last way that a lot of my Russian friends have to communicate with people. That would be incredibly shitty. I don't think they will, but Twitter is definitely pressuring everyone to do that. We have to make them lose their minds so they sacrifice themselves and cause a revolution. Yeah. Keep going. They're not isolated enough yet. Yeah, sorry, not to hate on Twitter, of course. It's the best website in the world. But holy Jesus. Yeah, God, is this how it's going to do? Go back to IRC? Well, this is the thing. Like, as long as there's a VPN, you know, I guess all my friends could still get on Discord. It's just so dumb. It's like, really, it's just like, who in the fucking Kremlin do you think sits on Discord and Twitch all day? Or oligarchs in London, or whatever it's about. I don't know. I think it's super lame. Like, sanctions, yes, do sanctions all day, but like, when everybody is like, no, cancel Russia, remove everything, make their people angry. Like, well, I mean, yeah, it's going to make them angry, but this is like, these are things that are literally only making regular people suffer, and that's not cool. I'm all for Ukraine and them being independent, and what Putin is doing. This is all Putin. Nothing to do with the Russian people. I think it's horrible, etc., etc., etc. Disclaimer, because I have a slightly Russian channel. I have to say something. I know some people that have Russian channels in YouTube, and people are getting mad at them because they're not saying anything either way. One dude is married to a black American female, and they both live in Moscow. And if you know anything about Russia, yeah, like, being American is bad enough, but like, when you have all of those lined up and you're married and you live in the big city, and people are online saying, do you support the military operation? And the other people are like, you better not support it. What's your opinion? And you're in that situation, of course, don't say anything. Don't let some idiot on YouTube get you to express your opinion, so some like crazy dickhead in your country can come and like do a hate crime on you. That I know that's a little extreme, but yeah, like he's kind of not knowing what to do because like everyone on both sides is like, say your opinion, and they're getting mad because he's not saying anything, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Like in that situation, no, I'd be like, dude, if you live there in Moscow where all that shit's going on, yeah, don't put yourself or especially your American wife in danger. That's, yeah. So I don't know. There's people on both sides of it. Then there are people who just have YouTube channels and they're streaming. They're like, yeah, I'm in Russia right now. Fuck Putin. Come get me. You know, that's a little more directly dangerous. I respect them, though. But these are the people that we're trying to take Patreon and YouTube and Discord and Twitch away from. I think one of the most important things is leaving that shit open so they can be like, we are here, we do not approve of this. Horton here's a who. Yeah, like we're here, we're people, we don't like this, please don't, you know, take the rich people $1 million tea bags away, don't take away people's fucking YouTube streamers, it's lame. Russia legalizing pirating as if every Russian is like, oh, so we can do that thing legally that we've never done before, legally or illegally whatsoever? Okay. I'm sorry, but if my country got cut off from everything, I wouldn't fucking care about pirating. It's like, well, I can't buy, you won't sell it to me, so, well. No. Russian people, if Steam keeps you from buying their games, fuck. Yarhar it up, buddy. I don't care. Everybody will start singing the theme song to Ostrov Sakrovich. Ostrov Sakrovich. Yeah, I'll make a meme out of that. Oh, and she's behind the hand there too, damn. Okay. Oh, that's better. Oh, much better. These aren't taking long at all. better save. Whoops. Bam, 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 bam. Sorry I missed these follows. Going back and reading them after everyone's already left for sure. Lupanian. Marby, thank you for the sub. Buttery dinner rolls. Wolf Dog F, thanks for the resub. Janitor score 6K. Andrew Clark. Gamer. Konax Fox. North the Fox, thanks for the sub. MTD8K. BK? Thank you for the resub. My eyes are failing. Also, my readout monitor is too far away. Should probably fix that. Archaic Realm. Lou again, thanks for the $5. Rory, thanks for the bits. Event XYX. Dr. Spooky. Grand Salamancer. Sentient Swarm of Bees 1. Кто проиграл? Не bees. Jago Majima. Thanks for the resub. Almost 3 years. Yamael 29. T-Fox 3 and Mr. Subs, thanks for the follows. I went off on a tangent there for a little while about lore stuff. I could fold all of that into my own characters in another story, but no, that's definitely my full canon for my range of Star Fox stuff. At least the characters that are involved in the episode so far. This is Blender. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to. One wrong button, and you can orbit unintentionally. Lord, they put me up in orbit. It's amazing, and it's 100% free. And it's really starting to get good for 2D stuff. I expect by June 8th, they're going to have actual light casting abilities for grease pencil objects. They're doing a complete rework of Eevee, or a rewrite. Look up all the news about the Eevee rewrite in Blender. It's a bunch of groundbreaking shit that I'm not gonna hold my breath for. They say it'll be done by then, but we'll see. I know it'll get done. I will be very impressed if they get it done that fast. I hope that Adobe tries some sabotage on Blender and then gets caught with it. Like they get caught hiring someone to go whack the kneecaps of Blender devs or something. Sorry, I have a deep seething hatred for Adobe. And all of the programs they have that I like weren't made by Adobe. They were perfectly fine before Adobe bought them, and then Adobe bought them and got their stank all over everything. And now everything's bloated and slow running and tracks your computer, and it's just awful. Don't worry, I won't get into another rant. How much have you ever lost on a coin toss? You're a bit deaf, aren't you? Ugh. 25 cents. I flipped the coin up and it fell in a damn storm drain. To be continued. Oh, God. I don't need that shit anymore. We don't need that shit anymore.
Game over.
Oh, you're so observant. Did you go to cartoon college?
Why, yes, I did. Cartoon college. I would like to go to cartoon college. Sounds like a raunchy Comedy Central animation series that got one season.
Raunchy adult family comedy.
Oh, another dysfunctional adult family comedy done with not go animate. Yay.
Oh, you want to talk some shit? You want to talk some animation shit?
Well, let's talk some shit.
I know this one cartoon and it sucks.
Oh, yeah? What's it called?
A Fox in Space!
Oh, you got me. Damn. One of the story biospheres in the violence will be around some late teens and early 20s goth kids. And I had the wonderful idea to make them all speak not English. Like, even the story, like their entire story is in subtitles. I want to have some stories in the violence where it's just people speaking Russian. Maybe some other languages too, I don't know, but I'm sticking with Russian for now. Slavic goth hyena kids hanging out in some like old busted out nightclub. It's gonna be really, really dismal and depressing. They all just stand around in their makeup and look mopey and sad. It's gonna look like an 80s nightclub for goths if they were all spotted and striped hyenas. Yeah, I used to make video games when I was a kid. Back in like 94, 95, I got Visual Basic and then moved up to DirectX. Love making video games. Never dabbled in 3D, only like 2D Metroidvania style games. If I ever make a video game again, it will be for the violence. It will be a Metroidvania. It will be very strange. I want to make a cartoon like something that no one has ever seen in a video game the same. It'd be very strange. IGN would probably give it a 5 or a 6 or something. Everybody else probably would too. It's too weird. There's a mission where I have to wait for a guy for 10 minutes and all the NPCs say that he's really late and I had to sit there and wait for 45 minutes. He lied. I had to sit there and wait 45 minutes for an NPC to show up. And when the NPC showed up, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm so late." Like things like that would happen in the game. To force you to walk around and talk to other people. It's like, what have I done? Why have I not found this guy? It said he'd be here 10 minutes ago. And then he actually shows up like half an hour to 45 minutes late. So it forces you to go and find something else to do. But that's the thing. There would be so many other things to do and so many people to talk to, and it would all be voice acted. And so much time would be spent on all the things you could do. And like the physical running and shooting missions would be such a tiny part of it. Yeah, I would want it to be like playing one of my cartoons, I guess. But that's just one example of something that would happen in the game that would make people go, "Fuck this game, I'm leaving a bad review because it matters." I don't know. A lot of the game would just be walking around and meeting people that live in the same building that you live in. Yeah, I'd like to do like a Shenmue kind of game. Not literally that exact mechanic, just the concept of like, chill out, you're gonna shoot and fight some people later on, but let's just walk around in this world and like, it's not gonna be like, oh, hyena guy in New York City or whatever. Like, no, this is different planet, underground city where the rules are different. Some things aren't very cool. I like stuff like that. I think it's a Polish game called Through the Fragmentation. I've been playing that one. I keep wanting to start over because I'm afraid I'm making a wrong choice, and people are like, "No, dude, you can beat the game in like an hour or two." The point is to go through and get the first beating out of the way, and then go back and see what other kind of different choices you could have made. That's the beauty of it. I like things like that where there's no like good or bad ending. It's just a bunch of different endings and choices, and there's not like, oh, the worst ending. Oh, like I ignore everyone and punch every lady that comes up to give me something, and I kill every dude and fart on every dog. I get the worst ending. It's like, I don't know. It seems like stuff like that is designed for YouTubers nowadays. That's my hot take. I think a lot of games are purposely designed specifically for streamers and speedrunners now. Takes a lot of the fun out of some games. Getting into a series that you like and you're like, oh, the new one just came out. And then you get through the tutorial and all this stuff, and it's like all these pop-ups. Super streamer speedrunner bonus achieved. And it's just like, whoa, I don't think I want that. Can I turn that off? Try this level again in 30 seconds or less and you will unlock the super duper bonus achievement. It's like, connect your Twitch account. I don't know. I'm bah humbug on a lot of that stuff, I'm afraid. Nothing wrong with it. I don't know. Like, example, like Resident Evil 2 Remake. Standard mode of that game is hard as fuck. And they make hardcore mode, like when you make a difficulty of your game so hard that the only way that you can beat that difficulty is with these like weird glitch strategy things to get around zombies and like glitch them to get around them, then like that's, I don't like that. I don't like oh, on this difficulty you have to use the backwards turnaround knife glitch to beat every enemy in order to have any ammo. If you mess up on one, you have to start all over. It's like, okay, that is something designed specifically for streamers using glitch strats or whatever the fuck you call it. And yeah, I don't like that. I mean, like when the next difficulty above normal is like that, I don't know. It's like you no one can beat this difficulty unless they use these glitchy things that weren't originally meant for the mechanics of the game, and I don't like it. Bah humbug. Everything sucks. I'll be over here on my original hardware Atari Jaguar. My Jaguar. Supposedly, he was frustrated by the asterisks in his peripheral. I'm surprised I managed to say that.
Supposedly, he was frustrated by the asterisks in his peripheral.
I mean, whoever made up the word asterisk must have been one hell of an asshole. Yeah, Night in the Woods was great. Probably not gonna get a sequel anytime soon, but very, very amazing game. Played it all the way through, loved it. I waited for that since like 2013 when I saw the first trailer. I think it was 2013, may have been 2014, but good game nonetheless. Yeah, Stalker 2. Hope that doesn't get canceled. I thought it would be some real poetic justice. Like, it a tragedy at the same time. I would never wish for this to literally happen. But what if Putin bombed Kiev and it destroyed all of the data for Stalker 2 and the game didn't get to be released because it got blown up? I'm sure it's off-site backed up somewhere, but if Putin like literally blew up Stalker 2, can you imagine how many Russian citizens my age and younger, can you imagine how many people would like lose their mind? Wouldn't it be funny, some kind of poetic justice, that the turning point of all that shit was the developer office of Stalker 2 gets blown up, and Putin has to tell, like, a giant chunk of his country that there's not going to be a Stalker 2. He'd be strung up by the next morning. Oh my God. That was one of the first things when this shit started. I went and looked at their website. They're sticking around and helping as many people as they can. They put up links for support. I think I'm doing my part for the other side by reminding people not to be mad at Russians, because they're all terrified about this shit too. This is another thing that, like, when he sends enough people over there and kills enough people that are like brothers, sisters, and relatives of Russian citizens, people are going to get more and more mad about it. It's just a matter of time before it, all comes to a boil, hopefully. Or I can just, welcome back to the Cold War. up the tempo a little bit. Well, I mean, you can turn anything into isometric. Let's see, look at, I want to look at Wolf's room here. Something like this. And all you gotta do is put it into orthographic mode and then put it 45 by 45 by 45. Yeah. I guess that's an isometric angle. That's right. Isn't that at 45 by 45? Wait, at 45 by 45. Yeah, just like that. And then no perspective. So if perspective was on, it would look like this. You'd be moving around like that. So with no perspective, I believe that's about right. That's pretty neat. Enhance, enhance, enhance. Well, anyway. I just wanted to see if I could do that. That's pretty neat. Yeah, so you can make any environment, just put it in orthographic mode and set the camera's rotation to 45 by 45. And that's basically what isometric is. This is a great jam. Well, here, let me to answer that. This file is 457 megabytes. Everything is self-contained except for the audio. Sorry, it's still loading everything. This is the second level from Streets of Rogue, the music. God, still loading the shaders. Hold on. Maybe, hopefully. Yeah, this isn't what it's supposed to look like. When you see this up at the top, don't worry. It's like, oh, why is everything shit? There we go. It's almost done. Yeah, everything except the audio is self-contained in this file that includes the grease pencil animation. There we go. It's done. But all these characters, like, they're infinite. It's vector. You can zoom in as far as you want, and they will never get pixelated. Like, you know, you'll see some of this stuff because I've filled this in. It's not meant for 16K. I could go in and fix that if I wanted to, but I mean, no one's gonna notice that. Even I put this out at 8K, like, it's, you know. But anyway, yeah, this file, if I sent this to you, it would be 457 megabytes, and it would load on your computer with all of this stuff, and it would be the entire animation with all the frames. This shot, and then this shot. So I know that's not a lot of animation for 450 megabytes, but it's an entirely self-contained file with all these textures, all the animation, all the camera information and everything. Yeah, like I could send this to somebody and be like, hey, finish up the in-betweens on this wolf lady over here. And they could save it and send the file back to me. I'd have an easier way of doing it, like just sending an empty file with all of this stuff taken out. Like all the backgrounds and all that, but... yeah, like all this stuff over here. This is all volumetric fog. The thing is, like, most of these textures and things are generated in the file. That's why it takes a long time to load up in the beginning. It's creating the textures from scratch. These are just like formulas, procedurally generated, I guess is the term I'm looking for. And it's just this little train car that doesn't move with a tunnel with lights in it. See? They're all just 2D people. They're all in actual space and everything. Like the lights actually hit them and whatnot. Of course, it looks weird if you're not in the camera itself. That's why you always draw your characters while you're in camera. Yeah, if I wanted to, if I exported this at 1080, see, this is the export here, 1080, 1920 by 1080. If I wanted to export everything, I hit Control F12 and it drops it right here. If I wanted to change this to 4K, someone's like, I need you to re-export this at 4K. Here's what you have to do for a Blender project. Time me. Time. You just put this to 200% and it renders it out at 200%. It's just like when you export a picture from Photoshop or Illustrator. You just set it to 200% and then it just doubles whatever. You want it to go back to normal, just put it at 100%. That's it. Every scene that I do from now on, if I export it at 1080 and I want to go back and export it at twice that at 4K, just go here 200 and then hit Control F12. I'm done. It renders the whole thing out at twice of it. God, I'm getting hungry again. I just ate a couple Triscuits when I left earlier. I kind of lied. But anyway, yeah, this is... And also, this isn't just the characters. This is also their 3D models that I used as reference. Here, let me turn them all off. Yeah, see. This is all... If I took these models and their animations out, because I don't need them anymore, then this file would be much smaller. This is I keep these in here because the only thing that they're used for now is the 3D lighting. That's why the lighting in this scene looks so good. I just use these for the actual light that bounces off of them and blur it a little bit. Let me just render one picture. Oh, I want some Thai food. And there, see? So you've got the shading layer that it puts over the actual art of the characters, so you end up with this. Get the reflection of the lights in his glasses. Fun stuff. Yeah, it composites all these layers. You've got the art, you've got the outside world. This is an actual size. This is the outside world, then the fog layer that goes over it, and then the inner world here, and the shading, and the art. It takes like 15-16 seconds to render one frame, but it's worth it. Just for the hell of it, before I go back to animating, I'm going to put this up to 4K and see what it looks like. I haven't re-rendered this out at 4K yet. That's going to be something I'm going to have to put on another computer and just let it roll. So I have this other laptop over here and lets me, delegate render tasks to another computer. Oh, my audio's cracking. 23 seconds to render this frame. Not too bad. Jesus. Giving James the side eye. He knows who that is. So I love about this scene is like people turn around, they're like, that's James McCloud. And even like the flamingo dude, he does a WTF. Yeah. He's like, wait, is that? It's like, oh shit. What's he doing on Venom? I like that. That's why Pepe's saying, like, dude, don't go down there. I think you're turning enough heads already. It's the guy from F-Zero. And Fox goes somewhere. Oh, you smash Fox. But yeah, that's one of my bigger files. There's like a 1 gig one that's like the car driving scene. I think that's the biggest blend file so far. He's from Space Fox, Legend of the 64 Stars. Holy shit, I'm almost done. Got these couple left to do here. Just 4. Huh. If you want to make your sci-fi more believable and have it be like the closer to present day you make sci-fi, obviously it's going to be more believable. One of the things I liked about, like The Fly and Aliens and movies like that is the technology was way more advanced than what we have now, but it didn't look like it. Because a lot of the stuff in the, like, look at Aliens and Alien, and then look at Prometheus. Like a movie that was supposed to take place before that movie, and the technology and shit in it looks like some shit out of a fucking Apple store. All that, everything is white and smooth and looks like an iPhone. Like that shit gets old really quick now with me. Everything in the future, nothing has any buttons and everything is smooth and sleek like an iPhone. And you look at the old movies, it's like actual technology and stuff that we have, but it looks a little more advanced. And this was like, I'm talking about movies from late 70s, early 80s and stuff. And I don't know, it just makes it a little more endearing. And yeah, a little more believable. I mean, anything's believable now that everything in the world looks like a fucking iPhone, but it just, I don't know. That's like what you said, is the difference between making it look like it's 80 years in the future and 8,000 years. We have advanced. This is sci-fi, spelled S-Y-F-Y. I'm sorry. That was another idiocracy moment when they changed the spelling of sci-fi to S-Y-F-Y. This is sci-fi. And it's like, no. Are there really that many people calling it skiffy? I don't know. It's a hyena, so it's not Wolf O'Donnell. Oh, I have to put Wolf O'Donnell's rig back on here. Hope I didn't lose it. The time passing montage where they keep butchering the name of Fuddruckers until they finally change it to what everybody wants it to be. Oh my god. Are you saying that making things look like iPhones didn't work in the context of Prometheus, or that it's just lame in general? Yes to both of those. No, I'm saying that like in Alien and Aliens, all of the technology looked like it was futuristic. Thank you, Greg. It was futuristic, but it was also old. It looked like 80s TVs and computer screens and stuff, but, kind of, retro futuristic, I guess. And people like that. This is extremely subjective. You don't have to take my advice. But then when Prometheus came out, which was supposed to take place before Alien, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the technology in Prometheus looked like it was 1,000 years ahead of the technology in the movie that's supposed to take place after Prometheus. And it just more of that, oh, we're making everything new and sleek and everything. And it's like, eh. I don't know. Yeah. Black Mirror is pretty good, but every episode of Black Mirror makes me want to die. It's just like, yep, we're heading there. Oh, next episode, yep, we're heading here too. Episode after that, oh, we're already here. It's like every episode of Black Mirror I see. It's just that over and over again. Then the Prime Minister pig thing. Like, that happened, and then wasn't it like a couple months later? Someone in Parliament had something unearthed about them consummating with a pig head or something. It was, oh my God. That felt planned. Well, my actual food is here now. Yeah, I've gone from wanting a cartoon on HBO and wanting a cartoon on Cartoon Network and wanting a cartoon on Netflix, and now I don't know. Maybe HBO. But I was like, man, I could get picked up for Netflix. I don't care about Netflix anymore. I mean, money talks, but, you know, Netflix would not allow my cartoon on their platform. I don't think so. I'm talking about the violence, not, I mean, they wouldn't let Fox in Space because it's Nintendo, obviously, but I don't think they would, they're going to want the violence. It's a little weird. Oh, Emperor, thank you very much for gifting those subs. Appreciate it. Let me go check on Bigby here in a minute. That's Cherishin, Kaiser, Dragon 1336, Steel Ace, Wiggs, Sophus Major, Gnarly Barnacle, Rex and Fox, and Bobcat. I don't think I missed anybody there. But thank you very much. I'm going to go eat, and I will be back. Almost done eating. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty. Sorry, that was a big burger. Na 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 na. One sec. I forgot my water. Damn, Peppy. Well, let me clear my throat. Wow, thank you very much. I'm gonna have to scroll my list to read all those names. Bless you, bless you. That's very kind. It's to Blitzmart, DJ Home Fry, Luigi Goes Hard, Oxors, Ziggy Owl Got Weather, No One Guy, Croshi, Yoshi the Fox, Too Many Kangaroos, Big Perm Torn, Her Empress, Dude Gibbs, Unimpressed Planet, Friday Boss Man 1, Wartooth, Ominous Bagel, Elite War Machine, P-Boy, and Tree Squirrel Pants. Wow, that was a mouthful. Good God Almighty, Peppy, thank you for those subs. I appreciate it.
And one more.
Oh, sorry, Peter Bob. Thanks for your sub, but you're gonna have to wait for a while. Yeah, that's a big hype train.
Excellent.
Sounds like a band name.
Oh, what show are you gonna go see? Oh, we're gonna go see Post-Launch Attack of Love. Oh, I love their third album. Actually, it was an EP, but yeah, it was pretty cool.
Excellent.
Golly, golly.
Excellent.
I appreciate all the love and the subs and the follows. An EP is like not quite an album, but it's too many songs for a single. If you release a Well, literally a single is one song, but usually when people release a single, they release like 1 or 2 songs on an album. And an EP is, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure you can wiki the definition of an EP or whatever, but it's usually, yeah, like a part of an album, like a third of an album. Or half of an album, but just not quite a full album. An LP, I thought it was like long play and extended play. Like an LP is like, you know, a 35, 45 minute album, whatever. I'm sure you can look up the, let's do that. I used to know it. I get them mixed up with the VHS settings. Like this VHS tape gets 6 hours at EP. Damn, I'm gifting 21 subs. 21. Had to do 21. I added the 13 to the 8, and I see what you did. Thank you kindly. How many levels does the hype train go? I don't know. I should probably not think about that either. Level 5. Final level. Keep going until the clock runs out. What do we have to do in 4.5 minutes or 4? Oh, right on. I can't decide which Ridge wallet I want. I was actually thinking about getting a Ridge wallet. If I get one, is there a thing that I can do with your name? Because I need a new wallet. And I was looking at Ridge wallets. I know they're expensive, but if me buying one with a promo code from your channel, it will help you out at all, I will definitely do that. Damn. Randy355, thank you for the 5 subs. Gosh, guys, I appreciate it. I still have to read off these names. Static Moccasins, Jazzy Arts, Tailback Crimes, Metal Wolf 86, Canada, Aberconic, Bolamite, Wild Omelet, Beck Ott, Gabilon 862, Oh Dear, Tyra Pyro 99, Ham Blast. I'm scrolling the wrong way. One of these lists starts at the top and the chat starts at the bottom. My videos have a link. If you use it, you should gain 15% off. Hell yes, use it now. Yeah, let me, Greg, I'm gonna, there's this oil slick colored Ridge wallet they had that I wanted. It's like the purple burnt copper. I mean, I don't have to do it right this second, right? I can do it later tonight. It's not like a 3 hours left. Order now. No credit card needed. Order today now. Play now. I guess I probably should have.
Congratulations. You've won.
Or the disguised version.
Congratulations. You've won. Click here to get your free Xbox 360 with a built-in 20GB hard drive.
Man. I still have names to read. I'm sorry, hold on. Wait, did you... Did you gift an... Oh my god. 1 minute left. Keep it... Well, oh my god. Sorry, I didn't even know. You have to understand, like, this is the only notification I get is the noise. I have to go look over at this. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever gotten this many subs before at once.
Excellent. Or have I? Sausalito.
Anybody remember the Sausalito commercial? Where the guy's like sneaking his hand between the train seats to try to wiggle this Sausalito cookie off of a lady's plate. And he ends up launching it. It's like somebody asleep and they didn't eat their Pepperidge Farm Sausalito cookie. God damn, this is a lot of subs. Appreciate it. But he flips the cookie and succeeds, but the cookie flies so high that it goes over his head and lands on the young lady's plate sitting behind him. And she looks down and goes,
Sausalito.
And it's like, Sausalito, irresistible or something. Or maybe it's, yes, from Pepperidge Farm, Sausalito. So good, you'll steal it for somebody else. Choo Choo Hype Train level 5. I've never gotten a level 5 Hype Train, I don't think. Wow. Well, let me get to thanking. I gotta thank Randy 355's posse here for getting subbed. Logamine 8. Hunger for more 6998. CJ Wizard _ Sounds like a Bill and Ted dude. My name is CJ Wizard _ Anyway, Anna Dawn Arrowheart, Chastity Holcomb, thank you all for receiving subs from Randy. If y'all keep going, what happens if you do subscriptions for somebody and it's more than how many subscribers they have? I guess it would just start giving it out to followers who aren't in the chat, huh? I don't know. I think we're about to find out. No, really, guys, thank you so much. Oh my god. Now I gotta get to these again. Steel Ace, thank you for the bits. Card holder Lope, thank you for resubbing again. Paul T Champion, thank you for the 500 bits. And now let me bring up the second iteration here of 20 from Peppy. Bless you. Bless your heart. Let me make sure I've got the right list. Excellent. Good God. Here we go. That Jim Jam the Flim Flam. Excellent. Bedizer. Econogeist. Space Podyssey. Schmiglitz. Kong Loudy. Bane Death. How you doing? Deadpool Dash.
Oh, the adventures, kiddo.
Artsy Fools.
It'll drive you into some nasty habits.
Oh, shit, there it goes, sorry. Working Class Man. Takeda Fox 23. Gladiator 0162. Ghost X Delta 6. Vision Stasis. Nerevinar. Caprice 1996. Chaku, Pickup Shot, Crimson Rain 64, The Great Caped Goomba. Thank you kindly. I think that's caught us up. I don't understand. Did it do? Is that the max level? Did it Sorry if I was turned away. I hope my mouth was moving. My message thing that tells me all the events is over far on the side. It's gonna give me a crick in my neck looking over there that long. Yeah, I want a Subaru Forester. It's one of the last things I can get that has a manual transmission. Yeah, that's pretty great. I really appreciate that. I'm used to big traffic. I drove a truck with the manual shift for a living in Chicago. It sucks, yeah. You just kind of get your foot into this muscle memory. Yeah, the traffic in LA is tragic. Sometimes. Except for like 4 in the morning, but I don't think I'd be driving through LA at 4 in the morning. Unless we're going to the Viper Room to get my hopefully the other clientele won't mind. I'm sure it's a magical place. I'd like to go one day. If I go anywhere now, I'm not going to go anywhere for less than 2 weeks. If I end up going to Batumi, Georgia, I want to stay there at least 2 weeks. Maybe a month. I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to be going to Vegas or San Diego here before I get to go anywhere else. I'm going to go see my sister and a mutual friend. I've never been farther west than Kansas in my own country. I mean, same for Canada as well. I've been to England. I was in England with 2 really good friends of mine for 2 weeks. I think it was exactly 2 weeks to the day. Very fun, very fun. But that's it. I've been there and I've driven to Canada and flown up here and I live in Canada now. Not counting airport layovers, I've never been outside of New Brunswick except to drive over to Nova Scotia. It's like 3 hours from here. New Brunswick is a tiny province. But England was fun. I got to see London for a little tiny bit. Excellent! Oh my God. Are we starting this again? Oh, Jesus, making it an even 50. I don't even want to say the number 29. You've done 50. I really appreciate that. You probably just could have bought me the ritual. No, this is great. This is great. This will be money coming back for the ritual. Oh my God. Am I supposed to like dance at this point? I feel like there's going to be a pole like coming down from the ceiling. Well, let me get this neck cricked up again. I really appreciate it, guys. You're too kind.
Excellent.
The Clapped, A Chasing Frenzy, Mark Jarls, Harry Winkle 64. Let me do a voice. Y'all want me to do some in an Arnie voice? Make this more fun.
Excellent.
The Clapped, A Chasing Frenzy, Mark Jarls, Periwinkle 64, Serpentaki, Vitali 942, Dogjaw, Demonic MRX11, Terahertz, Imperial Ascension, IX Car, Dismal X, Velora Dragana, Doritos, Lucos Tacos. Dave. Man, that is Moose, Minnow, Lamp Candle, Froyboy 828, Nico Lopez 98, Tom Smash, Kill Switch Re twice, Grand underscore Phoenix, Diamondback underscore Gunner, Bugs Brutal, Blue Elk, Sicalian, Alex underscore Green Sand, Rice Pillow, Father, I've pinned. Oh God, Peppy. Jesus Christ.
Excellent.
This is hurting my neck. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna drag the window to you. Don't drag you to the window. There we go. Center of the screen. I can lay back now.
Excellent.
This is more comfortable. Comfortable. How would he say? Would he say it like convertible? This bed is very comfortable. It's very comfortable riding in my convertible. Convertible is comfortable. Conk the Chimera. Quatol. I need to go see Quatol. You better get your ass to reading the rest of the names. Agent of Dream. Like the dream I had when I was a secret agent. Wow, that was coincidental. Extraordinary nobody. Right now I'm nobody. They stole my identity. I'm a nobody with extraordinary abilities.
Excellent.
Brokachna cocainum. Minicuron. Rankine AK-47. No 47 on the end of the AK. Double ZR tap. Poo poo shit ass 69. Square push. Secret Knerd. The Rune Collector. McKellian. Mr. Pato 77. Bungle Poss. Dizzy 108. Julius Kaiser. Britzy Sticks. Nkase underscore dog. Case. I'm on the case. Case dog is on the case. Time to do a couple of sit-ups. Some sit-ups. So I'm losing my voice here. There's still more. Ow. Good God Almighty. Really appreciate it, y'all. It's been kind of a poopy week. 2 week, 3 month, about a month, yeah. I've been staying extremely busy. Like this chair is basically part of me now. But yeah, I haven't really much felt like getting out and do anything else. Is that everybody? I didn't miss anyone, did I? Where is... Yeah, I said, okay. I don't think I missed anyone. If I did, say something. Stone Philosophy Leo. More sit-ups.
Squats for subs. Let me get my webcam down here. Let me just. Oh.
My goodness.
It's what we need.
Excellent.
Keep the hype train going. When I was 3 years old, I had a toy train.
Excellent.
I had when I was a little babe. Yummy ribbit.
Excellent.
Oh Lord. Farah has been waiting for her nose this entire time.
Excellent.
Still going. Thank you all very, very much. I really, really appreciate that. That's a lot. I don't think I've ever gotten that many subs before.
Excellent. Excellent.
What the hell? That's not supposed to happen.
Excellent. Excellent. Excellent.
Sitting, I've got 3 more to do, just these 3, because these 2 here are just the reverse of this. She goes, eh. Little corner cutting there from past me, but that's fine.
Excellent. Excellent.
Boogs, if you're still here, I don't need this right now. I won't need it for a couple days if I do make the change. But if you're still here, okay, cool. I may want to redo. Well, not even redo, because this is the part where basically Wolf pops out here, out of the door. Let's see. Up to this part. Here, let me color this first. It'll just take me a second. Look at that. Man. It's just lightning quick to do shit now. So anyway, this is right after Wolf squeezes her boob and they have a laugh or whatever, and he hears Fox in the other room playing a video game, and he just looks at Farrah and he's like, "Get your hoodie on," or whatever, and
Excellent.
hey Leo, thank you for the gifted sub. Got the song 89. 1989, it was a good year. Thanks for that sub, man. I appreciate it. But anyway, when he steps away from Farah, it cuts to this scene. And he opens the door, and he hears the music coming down the hall where Fox is playing the video game. And he recognizes the game. It's called it's called The Violence, and he's like, The Violence. And I still have to fill in his teeth and his tongue and stuff, but I'm waiting until I get the sound in. And so she pops her head through, and she's like, "What's up?" And he's gonna be like, he's gonna say something like, "I wish he'd leave my video games alone." And I want Farrah to say, like, "Dude, his dad's in Venom. Give him a break." And he's like, "Yeah, but he's gonna..." And then he stops, and he's like, "Did he just get to World 9? And Farrah's like, "Yeah, that's the music." And he's just kind of like, "Huh. Well, now's our chance." You know, and that's this scene. So, like, they're not going to move their heads that much. Like, this is pretty much all the frames that are going to be in this scene, but it's going to be like 20 or 30 seconds long. And then it's going to cut to Fox playing the video game again. And then it's going to cut to the doorknob and Wolf reaching for the doorknob, and then his dad being like, "Hey, where are you going?" And, you know, all that's animated. So that's all. This is just one of these little, like, 10 or 15 second things where I'm tying two big scenes together that are already done. I've got like 2 or 3 of those left to do. And then the final 2 scenes, they're like 2 full scenes that I have to finish, and that's all that's left for episode 2. So hopefully I'll be able to get all that done by the end of the year. Have it out in Christmas and being home in time for cornflakes. Wouldn't that be something? The Violence. What's up? I wish he'd leave my video games alone. Oh, dude, give him a break. His dad's in Venom. His dad's something in Venom or something. I don't even want, like, the exposition of, well, you know, he has to stay here because his father is going to Venom and needs him to stay somewhere while he is gone because his mother is dead. Like, like showing and letting people figure that out on their own. I mean, I really do think people could figure that out on their own. Like, with her saying, Dude, give him a break. His dad's on Venom right now. His dad's, you know where his, or something like, "Oh, dude, give him a break. You know where his dad is right now." Because it's kind of implied that James has the news that he's going there, and I don't know. There's stuff that's implied. It's like, how did Fox end up there? Like, well, maybe like Kale went and picked him up. I don't know. Like, I can leave that to the audience. It doesn't need to be known how Fox ended up there. You know, maybe in the previously segment of the episode or during those events, you know, before he drives to go to Beltino's office, he goes home, and, you know, Fox is like 12 or 13 or whatever. He's not a baby. And maybe he just calls him or whatever and says, "Go over to Kale's house and stay there until I get back. I'm gonna go do something dangerous." And there you go. Maybe they live close to each other. Maybe they live next door to each other. You know, shit. I like to think that they live close to each other, and that's where Fox goes. You know, and like James is just like, you know, tell my son to walk over to Kale's house and stay there until I get back. Something that simple. That's all you need, you know. But I'm still not sure of the order of the scenes either. There's 2 or 3 scenes that I'm just kind of like, it doesn't matter which order they go in. It doesn't create any holes. Like they're completely different. You know, like the stuff going on with Wolf and Farah and Fox and Kale do not interact with anyone else in the story right there until they get to the hangar with Bill. But like all the stuff going on with Fox's dad and Peppy, and then going and dealing with those guys, there's nothing that really links them. Like there's nothing that's like, oh, well, if I put this scene first, then in the other story that's going on, I can't, like there's nothing that Wolf and Farah's story, you know, like putting those in different order doesn't affect the other stories going on at all. Obviously, the scene with where we get introduced to Andros, you know, aside from the previously thing, is where it fades in on Venom and he's looking out his office window. And at that point, Reese comes in and says they're on their way. Like our scout says they're on their way and they're already cruising or whatever, you know, they're in cruise. So when this scene plays, that James and Peppy have to already be in cruise mode in their R-Wings. That's going to get them to Venom in like 6 or 7 hours or something, or however many. It's several hours it takes them because they don't really have any technology to just like zip somewhere right away. And they're being quiet about it. You can only go so fast and avoid scanning or something. I don't know. Sci-fi reason number 867. Anyway, the stuff with Fox staying at Kale's house, like I don't know how to apply all that stuff. Or with you know, maybe Wolf says something like he has to come across the street every time his dad goes on some mission or something, and you know that would be enough. He'll be like, oh shit, they're neighbors. You know, I've thought about it. It's like, does it matter? Does it really matter? Are people going to sit here like, wait, why is he at his house? Are they friends? Are they? You can just assume whatever, you know, or you know, but I might have to put something in there to like help people figure it out, but not just like blatant exposition dialogue. I'm gonna tell you everything that happens without showing anything. The one guy made that never-ending song. Hey, that's me, but you already know I'm gonna tell you things. Wow, yeah, I remember that. I haven't seen that pop up on YouTube lately, though. Yeah, in this canon, Kale and James are buddies. I think they were in the same basic training military area or something, or they met somewhere because of their mutual military background and just became friends. Like a lot of the people I have were like how James meets Peppy and everything, a lot of it's not not anything prophetic or anything that's just like, oh, just like Wolf and Leon. Wolf knows Leon's dad before he knows Leon, and he goes and does, you know, mob work for his dad, but the person that he's sent with to make sure he does the job and to help out if he needs it is Sergei Kowalski's son, Leon, who at this point is, you know, like 1 year older than Wolf, I think, or 1 year younger. I don't know. They're both around 18, 19-ish, and I want to do a scene. I want to do a flashback scene to what Wolf did when he left, and you get to see a teenage Leon that can speak like A1 level English. You are to following me. Through the crime and the outlawry, or however you would say it, the outlawing and crime, he and Leon save each other's asses a few times, so they gain respect through their own, you know, crimes and stuff. And but mostly it starts out with, you know, holding up spaceships or whatnot, I guess, things, and then maybe there's a bank robbery. I don't know. I don't quite see my version of Wolf becoming an outlaw to the point of killing innocent people. I don't know, like Leon's definition of innocent is probably a little different than Fox's or even Wolf's, but I don't think any of them are like inherently sadistic or evil, although, you know, Leon, that could be, you know, Leon is not a darling sweet angel. He's not a horrible, terrible person either. He's very Slavic, and if you don't understand how Slavic people work, then, like, I don't know. I'm not saying I do, but, you know, like, just if you're Slavic and if there's any Slav people, if there's any Slavs in here, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like the, you know, just no, hi, how are you doing? They're smiling for no reason. And like it's a very different lifestyle, and people from over here look at it and would initially be taken aback by it. Because it's like, you know, I smiled and said hello, and they just looked at me and frowned. Like, that doesn't mean that they don't like you. It's just, you know, if someone from a crazy country came over and spoke gibberish to me and did some gesture or something, like over there, that'd be like someone coming to me and being like, "Hey Sal, feet mal now, tuper two says, eh?" And like snap a finger and like hold out their hand. I would be like, "Hello," and then just like turn around and leave. Just be like, "Good day," and robot away. Like, it's like, I can imagine that's what it's like to some old babushka. Someone come up and be like, "Oh, hello, ma'am. How are you? I'm a tourist," or "Ya tourist." You know, I can totally get how, you know, that would come across to somebody. And I hope that whenever I do eventually get to go to Russia or Georgia or Poland, I'm thinking either Poland or Georgia before I go to Russia. I assume one day all this stuff will die down and there won't be a big deal about it. I hope so. But anyway, one day when I go over there, I hope that the people that I meet and interact with don't think that I'm like some Instagram influencer tourist type person that's just there to like get selfies and shit. I mean, fortunately, by the time I actually do get over there, I'm probably going to be speaking fluent Russian, at least at an intermediate level. My goal before I look at any other language is to be where I can take a test and get like C1 or B. Is it B1 or C1? Whichever one is intermediate. If I can at least get to that level, then I'll be able to talk to people, but every now and then I'll be like, what was that word? What does this word mean in English? Like whenever we're talking. And write every one of them down in a book with an example sentence. I don't know if you were here. What I've listened to, I can listen to Ukrainian people and make out like 20% of what they're saying. But people say in Ukraine, and especially in Georgia, like in Georgia, the country Georgia, obviously, they say if you're over 30, that there's like a huge chance that you speak Russian over there. That like almost, and even people who don't speak Russian know a basic amount of it. So, and marijuana is recreationally legal. It was one of the first countries to do it, actually. But yeah, I've got a friend that I can't pay to work for me unless they leave Russia. So if that all works out and he safely gets there in a little bit when all these tensions die down, I'm going to fly out to Georgia, check out Batumi. And hopefully by then, it might be a year from now, it might be longer, I don't know. But hopefully by then, by the time that day comes around, I'll be speaking much better in Russian. I take lessons now. I've had one lesson. I'm about to schedule my next week of them. 5 days. But that's the thing, once I start getting near the end of these 5 lessons, I'm going to order another 5 lessons if she hasn't gotten sick of me by then. That's another thing, I'm extremely, extremely shy. I'm very, very shy. Especially like in a teacher-student situation where I'm bumbling around in someone else's native language trying to impress them and also learn stuff. Yeah, when you take lessons online, I told myself this before I went in, shut up, be furniture, listen, and don't do the tales of conquest. Oh, I did this thing and I learned this and they all clapped and this happened and like don't sit there and try to second guess your teacher and be like, oh, is it this situation? Because they're gonna look at you and be like, no, let me finish. I didn't do that, fortunately, but like, yeah, if I'm showing somebody how to do something, I wouldn't want them second guessing me either. But like the whole time I'm sitting there and just absorbing everything, and it's also a lot easier to do that because I was super shy. I have social anxiety, I guess. That, and I admire her very much and her lesson videos and stuff. I was a little starstruck. I was like, that's the lady that does the cool videos. Oh my God. And she's teaching me Russian, and she's actually a Russian teacher too. It's not like just some random person on Skype. I know it's working because my brain was hurting half the time that we were in the lesson, because We did our very best to speak only, well, I did my very best to only speak in Russian. And considering I'm at A1, I'm not A0 anymore, I'm A1. And she says that my pronunciation is wonderful, my understanding of conjugations and knowing the prefixes and all that other stuff. And it is really, really good, that I just lack structure and vocabulary. So, like she said that for someone just learning Duolingo for 2 years, that I'm way farther along than she expected. She knows Duolingo is a mess. It is a mess. Like, it will teach you all the words and stuff, but a lot of things on there, if you don't read the comments and everything in it, you'll be wrong. If I didn't have Slava to navigate me through that stuff, I would not be in a good situation right now. I can tell you all right now, if you learn on Duolingo, that's fine and it will help you, but you better have somebody who speaks the native language there to bounce stuff off of. Because especially on Russian, there's a lot of stuff in there that is incorrect or pronounced the wrong way. Even Google Translate is the same way. There's almost like half of everything I put in on Google Translate, the stress is on the wrong syllable, and it completely changes the word if you do that sometimes. Yeah, Duolingo is great. Like, if you're learning Spanish or Japanese or Italian or like a really popular language, then like Duolingo has so many more features. Russia is one of like the least updated, least maintained languages on Duolingo. It still got me along though. It still helped me learn a lot of words. Like learning the days of the week and the months and different versions of verbs and all that. It's useful. It's just there's a lot of incorrect information. If it didn't have a bunch of incorrect pronunciations and grammar stuff on there, then it would be great. But, yeah, I'm not too well versed with that stuff, but there is an app, or not an app, a plugin for Chrome that will put the stress marks on the correct words. I mean, on the correct syllables of the word. Daniel, if you need any help with anything, just ask. This one, this is the scene. Like this whole shot, this shot of him outside the door is the only part of this scene that I'm having to do in blend or having to redo here, because I was originally going to do it in Adobe Animate, but it's quicker to just trace over these are the only frames I have to trace over, is like this one and her popping her head in there. That's all I even had done. I didn't want to go and finish it in Adobe Animate. I hate using Adobe so much. I'm just like, I'm going to take 1 or 2 days that it takes to trace over them, and just because that's what these are. These are grease pencils. See, this is the original PNG. So you can tell, because like when you zoom in, it's all pixelated. And these are what I'm tracing over them. And this way, you can zoom in as far as you want, and you never lose any quality. And I can actually texture the strokes. See, it's untextured and textured. So it looks kind of like actual ink is being used. Yeah, so my bottom line reason for doing it this way is because I hate Adobe and I don't want to use it anymore. I'm still going to have to use it. I'm still going to have to, do stuff in Adobe a couple times, but I'm almost at the end of the tunnel. I hear everything is great in comparison to Adobe, though. I've heard OpenTunes is all right. Everybody's on Toon Boom now. Adobe Animate is really Nah. Farrah is only taller than Wolf when her ears are up. Actually, I don't know. They're about the same height. She is a tallish. Let's see. I think the shortest person. I think Slippy might be. No, Slippy and Fox are about the same, I think. In my cartoon, Fox is 5'5". Let me find the height chart. I know I have one. Yeah, here we go. These are all the characters here. There he is. So short. Even this dude is short. Dessler's is short, but Fox is like the shortest other than Slippy, maybe. I don't know. And like the train passengers. Fox's mom is also short. Fox gets a lot of his. Well, I don't know. He does kind of look like his mom and his dad, kind of in the middle. Oh, I guess I didn't finish drawing him. Slippy's right around Fox's height. They're almost exactly the same. This is my little thing that has a lot of the characters in it. Just with like a basic 3D shading on them. The cool thing about this is I can put a light here. It'll show up. This is like my basic template of layers. I gotta do an upgrade on it though, or an update. Because I do everything completely different now. So put like a blinding light, like right here. See what happens. Let's see. There we go. Oh, I haven't played around. It's like playing with an old toy. Just don't have everything labeled. What's it doing? There we go. If you do all of your models based on this setup where there's a 3D thing that's blurring all the shading on your character, let's try it here. Some of the light sources around. Yeah. Or all the other ones. Yeah, let's turn that away. Just to see what happens. There. Now let's see what that lighting, that'll be really hard lighting now, I bet. Yeah, there we go. Check that out. For voice acting, sorry, Delano, I'm just seeing your question now. Well, really quick, Mandix, once you have built the frames, it bakes every frame that it shows. So if you try to go back and you don't go all the way back to frame 1, it's not going to try to re-render. I hear that, like, I'll try to find a video, but if you look it up on YouTube for, you know, like doing physics demos and whatnot, there's a setting, I don't remember what setting it is, but you can change it to where you can start it from any frame. But just like my smoke simulations for when Pigma's smoking a cigar, in order to run them, I have to go back to the starting frame and render them from there. But I know there's some way that you can turn it off. Just don't know where. So I'm gonna put another light up here, right in front of his face. It takes the lighting of the 3D model and puts it over your character there. See? All it is this layer with a blur. It blurs this layer out really heavy and lays it over top of the artwork, so it ends up looking like this. In motion, if you don't keep it super blurred, it's just going to look like a 3D model, like hiding inside of your 2D art. But a lot of the time, for simple scenes and for little things like this, it looks really good. And it's like, oh, you know, for an actual picture, you gotta go and rechange everything, the airbrushing on the light and all that stuff. In this, you want to change something, you just move the lights around and re-render it. If I can, just do a spotlight on. Yeah. There, let's see how that looks now. Hell yeah. Set it to 1.0, just like full 100% lighting. That's what it should be at. Check that out. But yeah, like in future projects, lighting will be this easy for me. As long as you've got like a 3D model that's basically in the area that he's in. That's the thing, you have to have it blurred though. If you don't blur it out, it'll be kind of eh. Here, I can show you right here. This is what happens when you don't blur the model. See? It just looks like you're painting over an actual 3D model, kind of a Borderlands look to it. So I turn blur on, it just completely blurs. See, all it's blurring is the screenshot of the 3D model. And blurring it to a different amount will give you different results. You can like super blur it out. See, and just have it just be a really, really soft lighting. It still has the same effect everywhere else, but it's very, very blurred. I recommend having it like this. It's like this, it's when he moves around, it's just going to look like you're painting over a 3D model. Always have it at least like something big like this, and then you won't notice anything. Yeah, sorry, it's re-rendering. That's why my audio's doing that. Yeah, before I get further distracted. No, I like showing this stuff as long as y'all like seeing it. If there's anything I'm working on that anybody wants to know how to do, just ask. Emperor, thank you for coming by, buddy, and thanks for all the subs. If you don't mind, send me a private message later with a link to Ridge Wallet and a link to what your promo code is. I'm 100% serious. There's like the oil slick copper, purple and copper finish one that I was looking at because Cumtown, they had a Ridge Wallet promo there for a while, but I got cold feet. And I'm glad I waited because now I can use yours. Yeah, just pop me a message and I'll order that later. I hope the one that I want's on there. If they don't have it, I'll settle for something else. But yeah, about the voice acting. It really just kind of depends on what type of voice acting you want to do. There are certain types of voice acting I can't do. I like more casual stuff. Some people like the white knuckle yelling anime stuff. Some people like the goofy cartoon thing. Like try to find something that a unanimous group of people thinks that you're good at. Like if you have a voice that all of your friends think is really funny, you know, run it by some people and ask for brutal honesty. Because if you're doing a voice that isn't good, you want your friends to tell you it's not good so you can try doing a different voice or try it in a different way. Most people that I know have good voices that come out of bad impressions of other voices. That's a thing. I make up a character that's like my bad impression of Clarence Boddicker from RoboCop, and it just turns into Wolf O'Donnell, and that became my Wolf O'Donnell voice. I was trying to do an impression of Al Swearingen from Deadwood, and then a lot of the other time I was trying to do an impression of Clarence Boddicker from RoboCop, and I ended up making this voice that ended up being like a halfway between them, and that was like later season Wolf O'Donnell, and then I just modified that, and that's how Wolf O'Donnell's voice came about. All right, Roby, have a good one. Sorry about your enter key. See you later, Roby. Have a good one. Yeah. That's the first thing. Accept the fact that you will never be able to do every single voice in the world. There is a big, wide band of voices that almost everyone can do, but they're on a spectrum, and some people won't be able to go very high. Some people won't be able to go very low. Some people are tone deaf. Some people cannot sing. You cannot teach some people how to carry a tune. You cannot teach some people how to do certain voices. And there are people who will try and try and try and try for the longest time to do voice acting to the point where, you know, no one else wants to hear about it anymore, and they're not doing that great of a job. It doesn't mean that they suck at voice acting. It means they're trying the wrong kind of voice acting. Yeah, look at Gilbert Gottfried. He has one voice that he can do, but the man makes money doing that voice. The voice acting I'm going to be looking for the violence, me, like anytime that I get a role or somebody wants me to try out a role for their thingy, it's always like, hey there, partner, how you doing? Hey, you know, I'm always like deep-voiced Southern quest giver character or whatever. But that's fine. That's fine. And that's another thing. Like you can have a million voices, but if you do one voice really well, really easily, people are going to ask for that one. Would voice lessons help strengthen vocal range? I've never taken lessons for any voice stuff. I don't know the first thing about it. My auditions for the violence are going to be very strange. There's going to be a lot of extra work. For specific roles, I don't know. I work on a very strange... Oh! Discount Sam Elliott. I thought you were talking about me. No, I can see it. I think Kendall could do a better Sam Elliott than I could, though. But yeah, like there's nothing wrong with that, though. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people, like, I envy the people that can do opera singing and get really high. It's the whole grass is greener thing. I want the thing that I'm not typecast for all the time. And it's like me. I'd love to be like a higher voiced singer person or a wacky character, but all my range is like medium to low. Even my Fox McCloud sounds like he smokes cigarettes. Hey, Orby, thanks for coming by, bud. I'll see you around. Enjoy the food making. Yeah. Just don't get frustrated. And if it doesn't feel like a good fit, then, you know, don't feel bad about trying a different type of voice acting. Like I was going to say in the violence, I've said this 100 times before, I know, but there's not going to be a lot of intense voice acting. Think of The Wire. If you remember The Wire, there wasn't like a whole lot of really hardcore dialogue as opposed to, you know, some action movies where everybody screams everything and, you know, everything has to be said while clenching your fists. I would call violence, or at least the first couple episodes of it, just kind of a post-apocalypse slice of life where the world has, you know, recovered, but everyone is in like an underground city. And, there's still computers, there's still IT jobs and making copies of stuff, but it's a little weird. But it's still, life and dealing with oppression and censorship and evil people and cosmic horror outside your door. I don't know, it's really weird. I don't know how to explain it. A lot of people won't like it. But anyway, the voice acting in it is going to be really calm and real and boring a lot of the time, actually. So the voice actors that I'm going to be looking for that are just, people that just sound like regular people. Be like, I want a video of you or a recording of you reading a shipping forecast or going over a grocery list and pretending that you're not being recorded. Some people won't be able to do that. They'll put too much ham on it. On their voice, not the grocery list. It's like, oh, need to get some hamburger meat. And we're all out of arugula. Oh, some green peas would be nice. Or like words like that. And some people would be like, oh, and we're all out of arugula. Ooh, some green peas would be nice. I wonder where, it's like, no, I just want to be like, yeah, we gotta get some hamburger meat and oh yeah, we're all out of arugula. Some green peas would probably be nice, and probably get some, like something like that. It doesn't even sound like. And some people will listen to that and be like, "Wow, the voice actor's not even trying; they're just saying it like a regular person would." And I don't know. Some people will miss the point there, but because I hear in some shows and cartoons and things, you hear the extras in the background, and they're like going total ham. So one anime where there's extras in the back, and one of them you totally hear him go, "Yeah, dude, I totally saw your sister naked." Wait, who is that guy? He looked really suspicious. I wonder who he is. It's like, come on. Let's put on The Longest Night. That's a good one. Whose footprints are these? How? Oh, that's terrifying.
Game over. Burger King foot lettuce.
The video game.
You'll never get away, lettuce thief.
Somebody stole mine.
I'm back.
What in the hell, man? Oh, hell, man. God, what is it? Is it? Well, yeah, that is kind of a gap, isn't it? I hate this shit. Can't ever escape.
I can't escape.
Why? That was a weird ping. I could feel it. I could feel his eyes on me, and when he told me that my souffle fucking sucked, I didn't know how to take it. It was just... There it is, the burnt one. Well, that's the burnt titanium one. Maybe that is the one I wanted. I'm torn between the rose gold and burnt titanium. So many special design to choose from. Where does one start? I think this is the last frame of fare I have to trace, and then I can get rid of this project in Adobe Animate. Yep, this one right here. Oh, boy. Na 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 na. Bobo. All right, Taser 2902, certified trash boy. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Taking care of the puppy dogs and snacking on some carrots.
Rigid Body World. Sounds like a sultry magazine. That's just freckles. I can completely get rid of the PNG sequence in the back. Absolutely, there will be a fuck you, sayonara, and goodbye Adobe party, for sure. Oh, hey, Halo Water, how's it going? The Violence is the cartoon series that I'm gonna do after Fox in Space episode 3 is done. Save this and go over that real quick. Yeah, this is going to be the, like, if I die youngish, this, and I could only leave behind one thing in the world other than a Fox in Space that is going to be like the product of like the past 10, 15 years of my life, the music, the stories, the ideas I've put together, it would be this. Like this is gonna be, yeah, the Violence is gonna be done entirely in Blender. I will not have Adobe installed on any of my computers. It's mainly gonna be about this weird little dude's life in an underground city after the end of the world. And life still trickles along. This is his big sister and his Russian friend. All of these hyenas speak Russian and a little bit of English, but it's not Russia and it's not America. It's a different planet. It's just those are the languages. They'll be called something different. But these are some, concept sketches of some of the characters and their names. And not everyone's a hyena. Like everybody else, there's plenty of other animal people, and hyena people are not looked at in a very good light for reasons. It'll get into some ideas and things that will be a little complicated, but I think more than half people will like it. The other half will think it's weird, off-putting, or boring. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. I have more concept art to show, but this is a cartoon I'm not going to be doing for like another 3 or 4 years. I'm going to be in my 40s when I start the Violence. I'm still writing stuff now. I've got more than enough material for one full episode of it. Every time that I have a new idea, my hard drive is indexed. So I have a file called whatever. I hit the start menu button on Windows and type in the first 3 letters of the file. It instantly comes up. I hit enter. Or you can put a keyboard shortcut on your desktop and set it to Control-Alt-Q or Control-Alt-P or some weird thing you won't hit by accident. And the second that you have an idea in your head and you're like, I should write that down, but that's like murdering a child. Like that is taking your baby and destroying it. Anytime a new precious little idea comes up in your head and you're like, oh man, I should write that down, but It's like you just created this awesome thing that you could save for later and let it develop into something, and smash it to pieces by not writing it down. You're gonna have this tiny, skinny little text file for like a week or two. And then it's gonna get to where you open up that file and you have to hit page down like 6 or 7 times to get to the bottom to add new things. And you're gonna be like, wow, this is actually a lot of stuff. And then you're gonna turn around 3 or 4 years later and have like a megabyte of text of just, and like I have, this is like 200 something kilobytes of raw text, and these aren't scripts. Each one of these little paragraphs is an entire idea. You really should start doing it. Hello.
Hello.
I was just telling everybody about keeping a text file Bible thing anytime you have an idea for something.
Mm-hmm.
It won't feel like a worthwhile thing until after a couple weeks. But I add something to mine almost every single day. Huge ideas. Like, you know, huge as in like really long scene ideas and things. Oh,
Yeah.
it's huge.
I've had Louis going on for like 2.5 years, and it's that's the thing. Like you first document your idea, and then
You can come
after
back
a
to it
while,
later.
It's changed so much. Yeah, if you keep adding to it.
Yeah, you
it
go
just
back
keeps
and look
getting
at it,
updated.
and you're like, oh, wait, I remember this idea. I didn't write the rest of this down. And you start adding to it and adding to it. Yeah, that's another thing. Every couple months, I'll just scroll through the entire thing and look at every idea. And like 1 out of every 10 of them, I'll have something to add to it. I need to finish this too.
Oh, you don't gotta show what I'm doing. I'm just doing read.
Yes. Yes. Everyone look and see. Watch his folly.
Oh god. It was rough today, man. It kept crashing. Like it crashed 7 times, and I had to redo the retopology 7 times, and the autosave didn't save anything that I did.
I'd be contacting somebody and be like, "Hey, why your shit broke?"
Well, I can report issues, and I was able to replicate it. It seems to be an issue whenever I'm. Oh, I have to be in polypen. Yeah, if I work in quad only, it'll crash if I work normally. So I'm only doing tri-quads for now. But it was bad. It was a really bad day. But now I got it.
And of course, Slava's fucking vanished.
That's okay. I need to learn how to play on my own.
Have a good one, Shinigami. Thanks for coming by.
My model looks a bit nightmarish right now. He is mostly finished.
Very
I have all
clean.
of his parts done. Yeah, it's not bad. Thank you. I need to cut out his ear fluff because that's just going to be too much.
I would just make those separate objects entirely.
They are. I just, you know. No.
Have you figured out how to not make it crash, though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It would have crashed 5 more times had I not figured it out.
It's always a good feeling. It's like splinting a broken leg. It's like, there. It's not fixed, but it's okay for now. I know what not to do with it. I can still use it. I can still use it. I can still do what I need to do, but I can't do that thing, or it's going to put us right back to square one. It's like it's 7 days to die. It's like, I can help you. I can't jump. I can't climb or go on any different level of elevation right now.
But I have a shotgun.
Oh, good old workarounds. I want to see if I can make a loop of that Griffin song. There is this. I've been in a lot of laughing streams, but there's the stream where he did the watch party of I don't know what the show was called, but it was like World's Most Dangerous, whatever. You know, where someone like has a plane crash on an island, and then they have the guys like tell the story of what happened, and then they have 2 guys that look like them doing all the reenactments.
Mm-hmm.
Like from like the unsolved mysteries and all that. Like he had one where these 2 guys went on a plane trip in a little plane, and it crashed. And the reenactment of it was great. Like the plane crashing was like 10 or 20 seconds, but the scene of them like going down to the crash and then like landing on the ground and like going through like 800 trees and stuff of both of them just going, oh god, ah! Like putting their hands up and waving like, ah! Like it was way too long. And he put Griffin's, like he watched us playing Mordhau on that one stream where I had the Griffin soundtrack playing. Or like the band Griffin's first album, Griffin. and he asked what the music was while that movie was being watched, or that airplane crash reenactment thing. And I sent it to him, and he started playing Kemp's Jig, this music. And he made a couple of these different little things with this music. And he kept playing this music like in unison with like the dramatization or whatever of them crashing the plane, screaming. And then they get out of the plane, and one dude's arm's all slinged up, and they're all covered in blood, and like he's got a knife, and they're cutting through the jungle. And it just like I don't know how to describe it, but he paired the music up. He had little clips of the song that he was going back and forth between depending on what happened in the show, and every time that it would go back to them like screaming, running from a bear or something, he would just take it right back. And he has completely ruined this album for me now. Anytime I listen to, anytime Kemp's Jig comes on, even when I'm playing Mordhau, this is the music I always put on when I play Mordhau. But whenever this song comes on, all I can think about is those two older dudes like screaming as this airplane is like careening toward the ground, and then it lands, and they go like another quarter mile on the ground, just sliding through bushes and trees of them going, ah! Like it's... I mean, the actors did a pretty good job. They did a pretty good job. But it was a horrifying, like they survived. They eventually got picked up like 48 hours later when one of the dudes was like half dead and his arm was broken. But like they made a full recovery. That you're laughing about it now, but like holy shit, it just, yeah, I kind of want to make a loop of this. What key is the sin at the beginning here? Is this already an F? It's kind of a slightly flat F. Tiny bit. La. Yeah, that would be an F if it was anything. This would make a good ambient loop. Bubba's got me wanting to download the Fifth Element soundtrack now.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I want to hear the Three Jolly Butchers song again. I want like the few warrior wanderers that actually go outside and have lived outside in that hellscape for like most of their life. They're all like these, in my cartoon I mean, like wandering lone warrior type people and there's like little safe havens where they go and drink and stuff, and they're all these like they look like members of White Zombie or something with like giant weapons and things to deal with bandits and monsters and crazy shit out there. And whenever they go into these like underground safe spots, kind of like the 100 Rads in Stalker, they play music. You'd think it'd be some like scary shit that they bang on skulls or whatever, but it's like stuff like this. like Three Jolly Butchers, they sing songs about it. Like, I want there to be almost a medieval melee weapon element, so I can have people with, you know, actual, you know, fighting weapons and shit. I want bullet weapons to not work in some section of the world for whatever reason. There's all these anomalies and stuff that defies laws of physics and shit. Think Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl's anomalies, but like scary, not just like random orb things, like shit that doesn't make sense. So there could very easily be a place where, you know, you try to energy-based weapons don't work. Anything that flies faster than 30 miles an hour or something, I don't know, or 100 miles an hour, so you can only use crossbows. It's like oblique air. If something goes too fast, it gets pushed and stopped. It's like someone throws a grenade and it explodes, but the explosion's only like 2 feet wide, and it's just black smoke that just goes. Someone tries to drive a combustion engine vehicle into it, and the second that the engine gets past the threshold, all the heads just go, and the car just stops. So yeah, that would be interesting.
Out came his mother dear, greeting so fair, and came his bride, drying her hair. Meadows lie green, the corn remains unshorn, but Gavin Grimbold will never return.
Happy Nipper had a sub war today. I think I got more subs today on Twitch than I've ever had in my life. From a single stream.
Big mention, yeah.
This is such a great song.
Three jolly butchers, as I've heard many say, they were going to some market town, their money for to pay. They rode together for a mile or two, and a little more besides. Said Johnson unto Gibson, stop, I heard a woman cry. And stop I won't, said Gibson. And stop I won't, said Floyd. And stop I will, said Johnson, for I heard a woman cry. Johnson face around and saw a naked woman with her hair tied to the ground. How came you here? Said Johnson. How came you here? Said he. Two highwaymen have robbed me that you can plainly see. Then Johnson, being a valiant man, a man of courage bold, he took the coat from off his back to keep her from the cold. Then Johnson, being a valiant man, a man of valiant mind, he sat her up upon his horse and mounted up behind. And as they rode along the road as fast as they could ride, she put her fingers to her lips and gave three piercing cries. Out sprang 10 bold highwaymen with weapons in their hands. They strode up to young Johnson and boldly bid him stand. Stand I will, said Johnson, as long as ever I can, for I was never in all my life afraid of any man. And Johnson, being a valiant man, he made those bullets fly, till 9 of them both highwaymen all on the ground did lie.
This wicked woman standing by young Johnson did not mind. She took a knife all from his side and stabbed him from behind.
This day it being a market day and people passing by, they saw this woman's dreadful deed and raised a hue and cry. And she was down to Newgate Broad, thrown down in iron strong, for killing the finest butcher as ever the sun shone on.
Cold blows the wind to my true love, and gently drops the rain. I only had but one true love, and in Greenwood she lies slain. I'll do as much for my true love as any young man may. I'll sit and mourn along her grave for a 12-month and a day. When the 12-month and 1 day was past, the ghost began to speak. Why sittest here all on my grave, and will not let me sleep? There's one thing that I want, sweetheart, there's one thing that I crave, and that is a kiss from your lily white lips, then I'll go from your grave.
Any chance we can get this line moving?
Sir, please stay in line. We'll be right with you.
1 second.
We appreciate your patience.
Did he get your marbles?
Yeah.
Who's meeting us here anyway? He's taking his damn time.
Pigma Dengar. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. Can't say I'm a fan, but as long as he's got our backs, I'll keep it to myself.
That's fair.
I didn't mean any offense.
Hey, it's alright. Everybody knows I'm an asshole. I was born this way.
How long have you been on Venom?
Just got here. Like you guys.
Some pretty bold claims.
So you hear this saying Venom's not gonna have the election this time around?
Well, what are all the selection posters for?
They just started saying it last night. I think they called it an internal selection.
The premier's gonna be appointed by the cabinet.
I can only wonder who they'll settle on.
Good old Dr. Andros.
Well, he's real popular.
He's a friggin' lunatic. Wait for me.
The progress only I am bringing. The jobs only I am offering. The sick children's lives only I am saving. I'm the only one that's ever going to make all of these changes a reality. And I give you my word, they'll be made within one term.
The only one. And what qualifies only you to make all this happen in one term?
It's simple, really. Only I have the brains to rule Lilat.
Can we get the audience? Can I have everyone in the audience quiet down, please?
He should have been back by now. We're almost back where we got on. All right, I'll go it alone from here. I think we should... you're already turning a lot of heads.
I'll be fine. Stay right here until our stop. Even if I don't find them, I'll meet you on the landing.
You watch yourself.
Maymaster hailing UA-101, stand by. Maymaster reading UA-101, CAF, Captain McLeod, give copy.
McLeod UA-101, fit copy.
UA-101, stand by for scan. All clear. Proceed as designated to Bay 3. Give copy.
Fit copy, Baymaster. Landing at Bay 3.
Very good, Captain. Welcome to Venom.
And how long are you staying in Venoma City?
Not long. 5 or 6 hours.
Okay. I'm gonna need you to stand over there, and I'll be right with you.
All right, you can push your arms down, sir.
I'm just gonna ask you once, so I want an honest answer. What are these marbles for?
Micro-juggling. It's just a little exercise that helps keep my dexterity in check.
Micro-juggling.
I can show you if you like.
With all due respect, Captain, I'll just hold on to these until you return to your ship.
Let the man have his marbles, Riendo. They're marbles. What's he gonna do?
I'm perfectly capable of doing my job, Kajekas.
A CAF captain. Gonna marble someone to death.
You know, you always start this shit right at the beginning of my... You're still hung up on that flower pot.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
You didn't have to, buddy. It's written all over your face. Does it matter what I use it for, really?
It's a flower pot. The least you could do is grow some flowers.
I'm not a florist, Kajekas. I'm a smoker, okay? I smoke.
That's no way to treat a gift from my mother.
Hey, any chance we can get this line moving?
Sir, please? Stay in line. We'll be right with you. We appreciate your patience.
Did he get your marbles? Yeah. Who's meeting us here anyways? Taking his damn time.
Pigment Dengar. You remember him?
Oh, yeah. Can't say I'm a fan, but as long as he's got our backs, I'll keep it to myself.
That's fair.
I didn't mean any offense.
Hey, it's alright. Everybody knows I'm an asshole. I was born this way.
How long have you been on Venom?
Just got here. Like you guys. So you hear this saying Venom's not gonna have the election this time around?
Well, what are all the selection posters for? They just started saying it last night. I think they called it an internal selection.
The premier's gonna be appointed by the cabinet.
I can only wonder who they'll settle on.
Good old Dr. Andros.
Well, he's real popular.
He's a friggin' lunatic. Wait for me.
The progress only I am bringing. The jobs only I am offering. The sick children's lives only I am saving. I'm the only one that's ever going to make all of these changes a reality, and I give you my word they'll be made within 1 term.
The only one? And what qualifies only you to make all this happen in 1 term?
It's simple, really. Only I have the brains to rule Lilat.
Can we get the audience? Can I have everyone in the audience quiet down, please?
He should have been back by now. We're almost back where we got on. I'll go it alone from here. I think we should... you're already turning a lot of heads. I'll be fine. Stay right here until our stop. Even if I don't find them, I'll meet you on the landing. You watch yourself.
So sorry, didn't mean to be gone so long. Enjoy the silence. Yeah, that's a little segment I put together. I don't want to ruin anything, but I've been going through and getting all of the other scenes put together and linked together. That's what this little one is here. It's crazy how this works. I have this with backface culling turned on, and I have it backwards, so the mirror picks it up, but the camera doesn't. I have to actually, like, this is what's creating the reflection in the mirror, just so I can have this little piece of Farah's head in front here. And that's a separate layer to itself. See? Oh yeah, I have to draw mouths for this here. I can do this part in Flash because it'll be literally like 5 frames of his mouth saying, "Put your hoodie on." And then, yeah, and then here, that's where that cuts off. So to 912. Is this at 4K? Can't tell. I think so. That's what I was afraid of. This is at 24 frames a second, isn't it? Bleh. Oh, not a big deal. I can get that fixed. Yeah, so just maybe 3 mouth frames. Yeah, that right there. Wait, what the fuck? The fuck? What is that, frame 430? Houston, we have a problem. That's not good. Sir, we have a situation.
We have a situation. Make the call. Yes, sir. You're the only one that can save us now.
The video game voice button is great. Makes me want to play Strider.
Yeah. He will never leave Eurasia alive.
Eurasia. If I made a video game or a cartoon that took place on planet Earth, it would take place in Eurasia. I don't know, it's just a cool sounding place. Wait, is it working now? Yeah, everybody else saw that, right? Oh, no, there it is. So what in the hell is going on? Here, let me see. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're seeing this, Rex. Or if
Yeah,
you're
it just
there.
turns red there.
Yeah, it's just one frame. One of my pictures is not. Let me hold on a minute.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just one little frame there between that one and that one. So if this is 862, that means it's frame 431. That's an easy divide. So I guess go to this folder. Man.
And just pull that frame from Flash.
Yeah, I just don't understand why it wouldn't be in that folder. This was backed up from the hard drive.
The
Really,
new one?
yeah, or not the new hard drive, but when I copied everything to my old hard drive, reformatted my computer, and then copied everything back. It just made obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is like, oh gee, what else is fucked up that I don't know about? Oh man. This is stuff that I don't back up on Google Drive. These are like the raw renders from Blender that are like 16 megabytes a frame. So like a minute or two, it's already like gigabytes of stuff. So those I don't put on my Google Drive. That's way too much bandwidth. My ISP would get mad at me with the amount of stuff I render out every day. But all of that stuff in those folders, if it got deleted, it's no big deal for me. I just go back through the projects and re-render them out. So that's the upside. The downside is I can't back them up because they're so huge. But the upside is if those files get deleted, I re-render them. Most of these I'm re-rendering out to 4K anyway, which is going to make them 4 times as big. And there's no way in hell I could put them on Google Drive unless I updated to like their 5 terabyte account or whatever. Thanks, Fuyami. Appreciate it. Someone is coming.
Cheers, buddy. Friends gotta work.
I didn't realize it was so late. I hope I got a lot of work done today.
Yeah, almost 6 hours.
No, I just hit 7 hours.
7.
Well, that's what. Oh yeah, there was a break in service like an hour or two after I started. But OBS has 7 hours and 6 minutes. Yeah, I went red for like 3 or 4 minutes and then it just came back. It was a very short outage. So let me find out. I'm almost afraid to look. Oh, now I'm confused. Fortunately, this was a recent file. Less than a year old. Sorry, I'm looking through folders right now. Oh wait, you know, I can just look in the fucking shader thing and it'll tell me the path there. I'm an idiot. For some reason, I didn't think about that. Oh my God, I've been trying to find the file path of this whole time. QXXX. Oh, there it is. So I have to find out why this frame doesn't work. 4/3. Well, now it is working. What? It was on 8. There it is. It's now. Is it in a different spot that time? That's very strange. Well, no, I think this just might be a glitch in Blender. You can see they're working just fine now, but now, let me see. See, I'm rolling back through all of them and it looks fine. Yeah, I think this is just a Blender glitch. Hey, look. Yeah, notice when I have this window open. It's almost as if this isn't being paid attention to when it's not on screen.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, like when that pink bug happens, I bring up the shader that shows the frames in the path for this material, and the problem instantly goes away, no matter what frame I'm on. All right, I'm doing the same stuff that I was doing, trying to get it to do it, but it won't. Now I'm going to switch over to the regular timeline and without the shader up and see if I can get it to do it. Yeah, see? And now watch when I go to the shader. Wait, here. Yeah, see? I don't think there it's happening again, but I don't think I can get it to happen when the shader screen is up. It's weird. Yeah, it did, there, now it's just there, see? So no matter what I do, left, right, left, right, left, right. Go on this. Still doing it. But now let's bring open another window. Still doing it. I'll bring open this window here. I'm going to turn this window. See, I'm just doing 786, 787, 86, 87, 6 and 7. And it's still doing it. But for just whatever reason, I'm going to change this window to the shader and be looking at the material. Now let's try it. Ah, interesting. See, it doesn't do it anymore because I accessed the shader that determines what frame it is. Well, I'll just save the project with that window open, I guess. Well, at least the problem's solved. At least I know for a fact it's a glitch. Hopefully it doesn't happen during render.
That would be the case.
.
I feel like my shoelaces are tied because I was spent all day in Blender and I had to come back to ZBrush to fix his ears. And all the shortcuts are different.
Okay, so... I still have to export this scene at... Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm looking in a file folder at shit I haven't touched in a couple years. Okay, this is leading me to Vegas. Everything leads to Vegas. How about some giallo detective music? Here we go. All loads lead to Vegas. All roads lead here. The do not show this message again tick box will not help you. No matter how many times I tick that thing, the window keeps showing again every time. Sorry, just a moment, I'm over in Vegas. So, these aren't the raw textures of the characters. I ran them through Vegas with a glow filter. What gives them that white puffiness in the middle. This is a scene where I'm taking the raw PNGs from Adobe Animate, but before I bring them into Blender, I run them through a glow filter in Vegas. I don't usually do that because I use Vegas for everything, but I don't know, it's new territory. It's kind of scary. I have to go back and figure out what my shorthand meant. All right, I found it. putting a note in this file so I don't forget the next time I look at it. Oh shit. I have to re-export this stuff too, don't I? So much better with the actual working mirror in here. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I mean, I didn't draw them, like, this isn't from scratch. This is an actual existing album, just kind of modified. They're like almost real albums, but not quite. Or movie posters. Like, this is, I mean, yeah, I drew this, but this is a foreign poster for the movie Rumblefish. This is Alan Parsons' project album. I mean, yeah, I did that. I mean, it's a Capcom video game poster. This is a Hawkwind album. This is an album by Space Art. I made it look like the Fox in Space thing. This is literally Hitler. I guess technically Hitler is in my cartoon. It's a cartoon that Joe Gran made recently that was fucking hilarious. So it's kind of a nod to Joe's cartoon. I mean, it's kind of obvious what this is referencing. It's old Ian Curtis, Joy Division. Love and Rockets reference. I did manually put all the like poster wrinkles overlay on everything to make them look like they were like the fold marks on Victor Tsoi here. Like it's an actual poster. Piece is missing. This is Castle of Noi, an album. Yeah, Love and Rockets reference. Members of Love and Rockets are Kevin Haskins, Daniel Ash, and David J. So Kevin J. Ashford. This is a parody of Phantom of the Paradise. It's my favorite movie. So I put this together. It's Eraserhead, Crime in the City Solution, Twin Peaks, Silence of the Lambs. Osric Tentacles, Fashion Fabrique, Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds. This is one of the members of Hawkwind doing Captain Lockheed and the Starfighters. It's another Kino album, but the text says Hyena and the album is No Laughing. No laughing. This is a Dark Tower poster. If you've ever read The Dark Tower or any of the Gunslinger books, Dark Tower, Gunslinger, whichever, that's a Stephen King series. That's my Lord of the Rings or my Harry Potter. It's a nod to one of my favorite animators on YouTube. And of course, Wolf is a teenager. Every teenager has the guitar chords chart. This is a little nod to the town I grew up in. There is a road straight up called Who Dat Road. I made this from scratch using a bunch of overlays and different textures. I think you can see kind of where I put the two different textures in Adobe Illustrator. I was very proud of this. But yeah, there is a road called Who Dat Road. And everybody would steal the sign. Sometimes you'd go into a bar or something and they'd have one of them. Then they'd get in trouble for it. Then they'd put the sign back up. And then it'd get stolen by somebody else again. It's hilarious. I think that's it. I didn't put anything on this wall. These were originally going to be spread out all over the walls, but you never see this side of his room except through this tiny crack in the door here. But, I put some stuff over here anyway. I felt bad. He'd have some stuff to mess around with, some tannerite. just up here, just enough explosives to blow up half of the stuff in this room, just on its shelf. There's the TV. This guitar. It's Ibanez AFS 75T. I was really proud of this the stereo set. This is the very first piece of furniture I ever modeled in Blender, like, you know, took from a real texture and turned into a model. I think I did all right. I had to edit out the Pioneer logo in the final shot, though. I made up the wood texture myself, but Slava did this, and then these are the next ones I did. You never see this up close, so I didn't bother to do it. You see it in the mirror, but you see this up close, so I wanted the knobs and everything to be there. And this part, it's just kind of like this, so I didn't even bother with that one down there. Almost looks like something from Borderlands. This part, anyway. I kind of like vectorized this and wrote out the letters to make it look a little more cartoony. And the scan lines. But yeah, it's Wolf's room, basically. Let me see if I can figure this out. Oh, getting into walk mode, I believe the default is Shift tilde. And then while you're moving around, mouse wheel makes your speed. It's like spectating controls in any video game. Q and E make you go up and down. WASD moves you around. You can hit tab to toggle gravity, and he just automatically puts you up on whatever you're walking around on. And you hit the V key to jump. Here, check it out. Hit tab. See? You hit V to jump. Space
I don't know
to
if you've
grappling hook.
you've seen this plugin that came out, but it lets you put Mario from Mario 64 into Blender, and you can have him live test levels for you, and it has all the physics of Mario 64.
In
it's
Blender.
Really cool. Yeah, in Blender. You just
I'll
plug
have
in
to
your
try
controller,
that.
and you just, yeah, it's so cool. You could have Mario running around Fox's bedroom, or Wolf's bedroom, I mean.
Oh my gosh.
Get out of my room!
Wahoo!
Get out of here, you bitch! It's me, Mario! Great, now you can get the fuck out of here! I would like you to come on an adventure with me. And I'd like you to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, that clip is so great. Slowing it down. Get out of here, you bitch. Get out of here.
Get the fuck out of my room!
I'm gonna head over and have a shower and then hit the hay there, folks.
Alrighty.
They just flew by.
Yeah. I had to get up at the crack of dawn tomorrow, so.
Yeah. Well, good night, Greg.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, this is the walk he's got to do to ignore the missing wall textures and shit. But this is the walk he has to do while him and while his dad and Fox are, looking at him playing the video game, Wolf and Fair are sneaking to the door here. See, he's pretty far away. They could do it if they're super quiet. But right when he touches the doorknob, his dad's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he's busted. Well, Farrah's eyelashes get them busted. Not that his dad would have given a shit. But Wolf's dad is definitely one of those people that you cannot, like, no child of his could ever slide anything past him. Anyway, let me get back on here.
And I was too much of a goodie to sneak out at night.
I mean, I never went out and did drugs or stole stuff or broke windows or anything. We'd cause mischief, but it was victimless mischief for the most part. I mean, hanging a big rubber willy down in front of oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
It's a rubber willy, and yes, I guess in some horrible freak accident someone could get hurt by it, but we were willing to take the risk. Does that make me a bad person?
No.
I completely got all of Farrah's frames traced over today. That's good. I do good when I can focus. I went over the complete Fox in Space lore from when James and Vixie were teenagers all the way up to what would happen in episode 5 or 6. Yeah, if you're just coming in here and you want something really long to chill and listen to, if they don't mute it in certain places, they probably will. Yeah, I went off on a tangent on purpose. It was good. I'm glad I did it.
Keeps it fresh in your mind too.
Yeah. Just how a lot of the characters tie together. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. I'll probably be back on tomorrow, depending on how Bigby does. We're on doggy hospice, so thank you to everyone who came out, and thanks for all the subs, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. I'll see you as soon as I can. Thank you, Shazby.
Hello. Hi, we're watching a film. A really good film. We were just talking about how the cop from Cool Cat Saves the Kids is a porn actor. And they probably just hired him